Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. It's a new week, and Ramadan is indeed first. Thank you so much for the resub, Ramadan. Double first. Thank you so much. Oh my god, Temporis as well. Every goddamn bit. How you doing? Wow, thank you so much, Temporis. Thank you so much for the tier 2. Again, thanks to both of you. I can't believe we have a hype train before we even hit the 2-minute mark of the stream. That's pretty exceptional. At least it is to me. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. Very nice. How are you all doing? Hello, Expander Cuba. How you doing? We have not a new... Oh, my God. Thank you so much, Ramadan. Thank you. That is a... Thank you all. That's very, very lovely. Thank you so much. Oh, my God. Temporis, thank you so much. Thank you. That's very kind of you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. What a way to start the week. You know, people complain about Mondays. I can't complain about this day. Thank you guys so much. That's very kind of you. Very generous. Very happy. Thank you. What should we do today? Well, I know what we're going to do today. We're going to review some pull requests. We're going to write a demo. And we're going to get some screenshots. And... what else are we going to do? And some animated gifs, right? Yeah. So that's what we're gonna do. My kid got really not again. My kid sort of want to do videos again. She's like, oh, I want to do videos now, and you know what it's like with kids, right? You can support them, you can motivate them, but you can't get them to do anything, right? So they kind of just do things and start doing things and runs out and sand, right? I mean, I was probably the same as a child as well, right? But she said now that she wants to do YouTube videos, right? And there's a lot of caveats to that, of course, right? Of course, my child is not old enough to have a YouTube channel. My child is not going to get her own YouTube channel, but I'm going to let her do videos where she doesn't record her face, and we can post those online, right? Or at least she can get into understanding video editing and all these things. And I'm very excited for her to do that. And we actually had a really good time yesterday. We went for a long drive. We drove... for about 2 hours in total, roughly. And throughout this whole drive, she spent no time at all looking at her tablet or her phone or listening to anything with her headphones. It was just constant conversation. And it's really nice because I want to make YouTube videos and she wants to make YouTube videos. And we were kind of like throwing ideas around. Well, I was throwing ideas around with her. She didn't really have much input when it comes to the world of programming, because apparently that's just full of nerds and she's not interested in that. But it was kind of fun to throw some ideas around. She wants to make a YouTube video talking about or doing like challenges and stuff in various games. And I thought, you know, why not? I mean, who isn't doing that? Why not? You know? And then she said if she becomes really successful, she was going to give me the money. And I don't think that's true. I think the moment if that happened, the moment I told her, like, oh yeah, your channel is making a lot of money, which obviously she wouldn't be allowed to, but you know, if that happened, it's like, oh, the channel is making a lot of money. The notion of giving it away to daddy would probably disappear then, right? No, it was really interesting to have the conversation. We even had like the conversation about what happens to children who become famous, because kids become famous, they garner some kind of posse, right? Some group of people they surround them with, and these people don't correct incorrect social behavior because they're just yes sayers. They just want to be part of this entourage, right? So you're surrounded as a child, you're surrounded by people who are constantly telling you that you're wonderful, and you do dumb things like throw a rock at someone in the entourage, and the other people just laugh and be like, haha, yes, very clever. So you become an idiot without having any kind of social correction, right? So, and I thought that was kind of interesting. We talked about that. Cat peasant. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you so much. Wow, what have I done? What have I done to deserve this? Right? Did I do something different? Did I do something different this morning? Thank you. If you guys got a sub, say thank you to Cat Peasant, Temporis, or Armadon. Thank you guys so much for the morning hype trade, level 4 hype trade before we even done anything, right? You're wonderful and you did dumb things. You know what? Thank you so much, Capas. Now, that was probably one of the finest compliments I've ever received. But oh, Quad. Okay, I thought you were saying that about me. Okay, well, I mean, it's just. Oh, I thought. Oh well, I can still feel the love. 6 minutes into the stream. That is so nice. I really appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. That's very nice. But yeah, so my kid wants to do videos. So we talked about video ideas, talked about randomizing things and the implications of doing that when you make a video. So a lot of editing, right? You are one of my dumb things. You know what? This goes in the code file, okay? This one's just for me, but it goes in the code file. Oh, there we go. And pop. There we are. Thank you so much. One day, we're gonna do something with this thing, right? History clear. Yes, clear. And then, yes. Anyway, so what I was saying, we're gonna do pull request reviews. We're going to get some screenshots and we're gonna write a demo for Anathema. I think that should be probably what we're gonna do today, right? Oh my god, it's funny. It's funny, Temporas, but it also hurts my inside a little bit. It hurts my inside a little bit because it's a human being. You know what's really terrible about YouTube? Probably yes is your answer. Yes, you know what's terrible, and there's a laundry list of terrible things. But if you watch one video about a topic because you want to know what they're talking about, now this is all you get. So there's a game that came out recently. I have no idea about anything about this game. The game is called Dustborn. And I got some videos hating on this game. I looked at the video to see what the whole hoopla was all about, and this is how they get you. So now my entire recommendation section is not my entire recommendation. A lot of my recommendation section is people hating woke games, and like, oh, is this a thing? So, and then of course this segue into the new Star Wars. We talked about this because we talked about journalism, right? A while ago, we talked about journalism, and I said you can't really hold game journalists, or sorry, not game journalists, because journalism is dead. Okay, I think everyone believes that, but you can't really hold like some dude with a YouTube channel accountable to the same degree as you would hold a journalist back in the 90s, at least, when we had some kind of integrity. Maybe, what do I know? But so people got angry, like, oh, these dudes, Epic Games are giving these people a bunch of swag and paying for the trips to Disney World or whatever to then write good things about the game. But this is what they do, right? This is what people do. So I think that's just how it goes, right? But now the problem isn't that. The problem isn't Dustborn or a terrible Star Wars game. I mean, everything to do with Star Wars is just terrible. And I'm like, well, this predates the accolade. I think people are getting upset about Star Wars now. No, they always were upset, right? But really, I think Jar Jar Binks was when Star Wars died for me, right? I think that was the death of Star Wars. But I looked at this thing, I curiously looked at this thing, and I thought, okay, what is this thing about? One thing that I thought was really unfair, though, was that some people criticized the Dustborn game for being an asset flip, but I think a lot of game developers use third-party assets, and like sometimes people just want to latch onto everything, every single negative thing, and then just milk that for the YouTube videos. And while I don't condone of the whole let's make the whole world like aggressively woke and dysfunctional any more than it is, like I don't like people bullying other people and pushing their agenda. Thank you so much. We got a chest. We need to accept JTVN right in there in our lives. Okay. So I can do this, but I can also do this. Okay, so I got the same thing twice there, right? So I don't condone, but the thing is, there's sort of like this delight in misery where we just look for every single flaw we can. But I don't think asset using and buying assets for a game you're developing, whether you're a woke person or company or not, I don't think we need to rag on people for doing that. There's nothing wrong with buying and selling assets, right? Yeah, and this is about buying assets, right? So this video was like, someone was like really happy about how terrible this game was, and I get it. If you don't like the game, you don't like the game, and I honestly don't believe that we should be pushing political agendas through games. I think it's a little bit. I mean, games are made to be fun, right? Games, you play games because you want to have fun. You don't play games because you want to get your latest political updates, right? I think we need more bullying in the world. Very good. How you doing, Privan? Hello, Wiro. We're gonna get to some PR reviews shortly. The world just needs to chill. Yes, I think it could be summed up in this thing, right? If you feel strongly about things, that's fine. There is no shortage of injustice in the world. There is no shortage of prosecution in the world, but the aggressiveness of it is just not okay, right? I think we have like a good pace, right? And I don't think we can speed up this pace, right? I don't believe you can squash the human spirit, okay? You can repress people, you can persecute people, but you cannot hold it down. Humanity will evolve. We will all learn to read. We will all have our rights. It would just, people try to repress that, but it just fails left, right, and center all the time, right? Now you do have a lot of places where this is happening, but then you see like a lot of like evolution happening there where the societies are evolving, and I think in general we all just want to survive and get along, right? In general, right? I like to think that's the thing. Wow, Caleb, holy, what is that is happening? Okay, is it because I showered? What? Why? What is this? What is this? I love it. Thank you so much, Caleb. Thank you so much for the gift subs. That's very, very nice. There's an abundance of gift subs coming in this morning. I don't know what I've done to deserve this. Is it because I finally got rid of the white background? Did you guys hate my setup so much? September, is that what it is? Oh my god. Okay, well, you know what? Let's just milk this cow. That was a really weird gesture. Let's move on. Okay. Asset use isn't a problem in games. Asset flips are when someone buys a bunch of assets disguised as awful game, and I think that happens to... No. The thing is, I have not played this game. And I saw the game, and the game looked like a lot of cell shading. It gave me Borderlands vibes when I saw the graphics, and I thought that was cool. I have no interest in the game itself because that doesn't, interest me. But I do think that the notion of pushing political agendas and all this stuff is kind of weird. And also, there seemed to be a lot of blame when things don't succeed. And we saw this with like the Acolyte. Star Wars The Acolyte seemed to be a TV show that people just love to hate on, right? I haven't watched anything because, again, Star Wars died to me with Jar Jar Binks, okay? It's just this. I thought Rogue One was alright, but everything else has just been, right? It's like if you roll your eyes so hard, your head's gonna explode, right? I guess that's just that. Why don't we end up getting like pop-ups on these things? Okay, I think I'm gonna reset this thing. America just discovered football. Did you guys ever watch Ted Lasso? With an American that goes over to the US to coach Richmond. Richmond to me is, I mean, obviously it's a place, right? But Richmond to me is mostly associated with cigarettes. I have this in my pocket. A pack of Richmond, please, right? Apple TV has banging show. Actually, I think Ted Lasso season 2 and 3. Well, season 2 was bad. Season 3 I haven't finished yet, but I feel like they just skipped a lot of the meat and just played the formula. It's like they did season 1 and it's really good, and then season 2 they just stripped away things and just boil it down to a formula. You can almost sort of like see it. It's like Ted walks in, he says something to some background piano music, and that's it. And I don't know, man. Season 2 and season 3 sort of just didn't do it for me. Yeah, I think Rogue One was good. Right? I think Rogue One was good. And we don't have to highlight everything that is like woke with everything. We can just enjoy things the way they are. We don't have to make things like, oh, this thing is now the wokest game ever. But that was not what I was gonna say. I was gonna say is that my YouTube is now full of this stuff, right? I don't get anything but this thing, and I think, as much as I'm annoyed by people pushing their political agendas, and people love to just find ammunition to fight. There's two sides to this thing, right? And they just love to fight each other verbally, hopefully. But I don't think it's any better to make these videos where you're just like shitting on like, oh, this company that's like really woke is failing, and I'm so happy about it. And at the same time, you have like all this this company, it's not the woke company, it'd be like, oh, this thing that isn't woke is now failing. I'm so happy about it. It's like we're just like engulfed in misery of others' failings, and we thrive on it. And that's like, that's not really how we should be functioning, right? It's not really how we should be functioning. What was Apple TV show about the office worker who had their work memory separate from the... Yes, Severance. I have not finished watching Severance, so please don't spoil that one for me. But it's Severance. I like the actor because he's a funny-looking person. He was in a TV show called Party Down. If you haven't seen Party Down and you like Severance, well, it's the same actor. I guess that's where you draw the line, right? But he was pretty good, right? I do work fine at 60 frames per second with kind of big readmes. Oh, hang on, I'm missing context. I didn't improve the Markdown reader, although I'm not being very smart with cloning the source file string. It's alright. Do you want me to do like a code review of it, Viro? Do you want me to do that? I know. It's not healthy, but it seems like a lot of people just basically have an us versus them mentality constantly. That is correct. It is not healthy. Funnily enough, it's us versus them that creates empathy in humans. Or that's how we have empathy. But the aggression is not good, right? If you want, that'd be nice. It's not Utah. Okay, very good. We'll do that. Okay, so should we get into it? Okay, before we start throwing too much weight around, we can deal with some pull requests. So we're gonna pop open Firefox and go to github.com. Anathema, there we go. It's so nice to have the desk slightly lowered. We got 3 pull requests going. Okay, so we're waiting for London. We're waiting for London to do things. So what we're gonna do is we're going to... I want that file. I don't want this thing, right? So could we just delete the file maybe? And then I want this thing, right? But I want him to pull the latest. So we're gonna leave this one. Maybe we can just write a comment here, because this one didn't have anything. Yeah, there's this part. Okay, well, we can't do anything with this thing. We'll wait. We'll wait until London's ready. No stress. Extend the state drive macro with enums and all valid structs. Okay, so this thing could be quite good, right? This is another one by Skyler. I changed the state derive macro so that it can now derives the state for union, not union. I'm guessing they mean enum. Unnamed and named structs and enums. Wait, what? There are no such things as unnamed struct. There are tuple structs. We're not going to get into it. Why am I being a debug for? These were previously impossible to derive and had to be implemented by hand. Oh, really? You can do that too. I guess this one would just return nothing, right? This is very good. It's very good. I think in the case of that, it's a bunch of people who have been told they are supposed to like something, but they don't, and feel vindicated when it turns out, in fact, most people don't like it too. This I understand. And that's what I meant with the aggression of something, right? So we have come very far as humans, right? We have come very far. I know people like to be contrarian, but I'm gonna say something here, and I'm not looking for someone to be contrarian and try to diminish the value of what we have done here, right? So people, we have come very far, right? I have said to my child, if you're gay, you're gay, right? I don't care. And that was not the case when I was a kid, right? That was not the case for a lot of people quite some years ago, right? So we're pretty good. We've improved significantly when it comes to these things, right? People's right to be themselves and all that stuff, right? And I think it's important, right? You're born who you are, and you are who you are, right? You shouldn't feel like there's something wrong with me, and like I'm not accepted by society, unless of course you're a creepy pedophile. But that aside, right? There's this thing. We've been doing like a lot of stuff, and this is improved a lot before the whole aggression came into it, right? So we had a lot of like people's rights, and it was going up. And now we're trying to take a shortcut. It feels like we're trying to take a shortcut with this whole woke movement. And we're trying to do everything really fast when the world is catching up. We're trying to do things really fast, and we're trying to do this aggressively, and it seems like it's backfiring a lot. And I also find that there's a book called what's it called? Pink something. It's a book on feminism. It's quite interesting. But it talks about different kinds of feminisms, right? You have like activisms, you have ninja feminism, you have like, I mean, like there's like loads of different terms for these things, right? But I'm using this as an example, right? You have like really aggressive, and when you try to be really aggressive and you try to say things like, people did shit to me in the past, so people today should pay. But this is literally the sins of our fathers, right? So if your grandfather was a racist, you should not be punished for that. And I don't think that's fair, right? You might have done nothing wrong, and then someone from some group, doesn't have to be racist, from some group says that you're wrong because of who you are, because of what your ancestry has done. And you can't pay for that, right? I mean, that makes no sense. You've lived your own life. You've developed your own personality. You're your own person, right? So, and I think that's what exactly. You don't force people to change, because that's not how you get change. That's just fascism, right? You're not changing. You're forcing someone to self-censor. You're forcing someone to. You're not getting someone to actually agree with you. You're getting someone to be scared to disagree with you, right? It's like walking up to someone and say, if you're not my friend, I'm gonna punch you in the face, right? It's like that socially awkward kid at school, right? Who wanted to be your friend, but he didn't quite know how. So he would like, if you don't come and play with me today, I will bash your head in with a rock, right? And that's why I have this scar now. I jest about the scar part, but you might have met a kid like that in school, and you're like, yeah, I don't really want to play with you, but I also want to keep my brain on the inside of my skull. So, right? I don't think that's good, right? I don't think it's good. The general. I mean, maybe I'm a coward. Maybe I'm a coward, and I position myself a little bit in the middle of the road here. But I genuinely believe that this unnecessary aggression shouldn't be there. We shouldn't prosecute people, but we shouldn't be aggressive towards people who are not there yet, right? We got to let people come around in their own time, in their own space, not by saying, if you don't accept this premise, you need to be punished. And like, but you can't force that. You're not gonna get some red pill or black pill person to suddenly join some feminist activism because you say, if you don't do it, we'll make you suffer, right? They're not gonna follow your beliefs, right? It's like the whole flat Earth thing, right? There was a good take on this thing on Netflix, right? Where one of the guys said, when you run into these flat Earth people, don't ridicule them, right? There's a whole channel for this, Simon Dan, I think, who just spends his day ridiculing flat Earthers, right? But I don't think that's the right take, because flat Earthers and anti-vaxxers, these people are all following around these groups. They're basically cults, right? They just don't sound like cults, but they are cults, right? So we can be cowards to get no, but I think it's. They're like cults, right? They're whole, like, they're all groups of people like, we believe the Earth is flat, and they're like this big ice fields or whatever it is, right? And when we ridicule these people and we say like, look, you're a fool for thinking this, you're an idiot. I mean, we have so much science to say that this is not the case. There's like how has this been a secret for this long, right? Who's been keeping this secret, right? Like, and all this stuff. And then we ridicule these people, and then one day they might think, you know what, maybe they're right. Maybe the Earth isn't flat, or maybe I should vaccinate my kid because polio is bad. But then what happens is that everyone has alienated these people. They have no way back, because we're closing the doors for these people. We're saying like, you're a fool, and we will ridicule you. We will just celebrate your ignorance, or whatever it is, right? Wouldn't it be really funny if it turned out that the world actually was flat after we say this, right? But anyway, so we ridicule these people, and now if they change their mind, they don't see a way back. They are forced to stay in their bubble because there is no way back, right? There is no one there to say, look, you thought the earth was flat. That's okay, right? We all have our moments when I bet you believed a lot of ridiculous things in your life. Maybe you grew up in a very religious household and you think that the earth was created 6,000 years ago and the dinosaurs were planted as a test or whatever. I don't understand creationism. I'm sorry, I'm not into theology. And if you're into it, I don't judge you, right? Like I said, if you come around, I'm going to welcome you back with open arms and say, welcome to the world of atheism, okay, where death means nothing, right? You'll go into an empty void, you'll be no more, and now you can enjoy existential crisis for the remaining of your life, right? And the map is flat, yes. Has he posted how moon landings were fake on the wall? He had posters. Oh yeah, all right. My geography teacher was a flat earthist. Really? So what I find is really bad, though, I don't think that schools, and listen to me now, I don't think the schools should influence children to become atheists. All right. I'm saying this, and I'm baiting you right now. And I'm really good. I'm a master bait. Okay, never mind. That joke was you guys saw that joke coming. Anyway, so I don't think they should promote atheism. I think they should not teach or promote anything. I think you should teach theology, but you should not try to influence children into religion. I think that's you're recruiting. That's not okay. I don't think that's okay. I would be livid if my child came home and she was like super into some religion. It's like, Dad, these Jehovah people seem really cool. And I'd be like, okay, yeah, well, I mean, I can save money on Christmas presents. What do you mean? Well, they don't celebrate Christmas or birthday. All right. And that's how no. But my child, I've said to my child, if you're gay, if you are into religion, all of this is fine. I don't mind. You gotta find your own way. Of course, in my world, I don't want my child to get involved in anything that's gonna diminish the value of women or anyone. I don't want it to be in such a place where you as a person have less value because of who you are, right? We don't have to dig into this thing. I'm already scratching the surface of some pretty spicy topics, right? But I think it's very important that we let people find their own way, and we let people find their own way back, okay? Because this happens, right? This happens. I have a friend whose ex-girlfriend, was she was a little bit sort of airy-fairy when it came to things. And then I'm not going to talk too much about this though, right? But then she kind of became more and more extreme. She broke it off with a guy. And I think that's probably a good thing because like the last thing happened was he befriended my wife on Facebook. They chatted a little bit. She posted some stuff on Facebook, and my wife, who's very educated and very smart, said, this has been debunked. Here are the articles that's debunking this thing. And instead of discourse, this woman just blocked my wife, right? Because it was like easier, right? Anyway, I think that's only in America that happens, right? But I don't know. I mean, it's the institutionalization and indoctrination, isn't it, right? But what the thing is, right? Things looks very weird when you're standing on the outside looking in, right? Imagine if we were an alien race observing human behavior, right? It would be very strange how imagine that you do not possess human emotions, right? And you're on the outside and you're looking in and you're observing the behavior of humans. That must be very weird, all right? That must be a very strange observation. Bible study. I mean, I think people should know about religion. You should know about religion, and you should be free to make your choice which religion you believe in, right? I don't think it's good to be too involved in something that is detrimental to you, that reduces your value as a person, or that harms you in any way. I don't think that's good. But you should have the choice to choose, right? It should be your choice. It shouldn't be someone else's choice. Your school shouldn't do. And this is not just about religion, right? School systems are already indoctrinating kids to use iPads, and I think that is probably really disgusting. But we are going to get into programming and reviewing of code, right? Okay, so let's have a look. I changed the state to derive macros so they can now derive state for these things. These were previously impossible to derive. I wonder how this thing is going to work. This can't return anything. This thing has to return nothing, right? This is good. So we should, in theory, be able to derive state for tuples. So this is good, and enums, right? The derive macro doesn't check that all values of an enum are value, but because it uses functions defined by value, this should otherwise throw an error. I'm not sure if or how such a behavior would be possible to implement, as field type path doesn't contain the qualified path, but instead the unqualified path. To qualify this path, the code would have to know the imported types. But as of right now, I'm unsure how to get access to those. Maybe not ensuring that, however, is an intended feature, as other types could implement the functions. Actually, honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about here, right? To qualify, the code would have to know the imported types. The imported types of what? Now we can't know this in proc macros, right? This is an artifact of proc macros that you cannot do any type checking. You can look at the names, but there's type aliases that will disrupt it, right? Or if we were fish people. I don't know, I just want to say that. I've noticed an enum without values will not turn into a state. I believe that is unintentionally intentional because an enum without values is actually the same as the never type in Rust. Yes, you can't create an instance of that, so the point is moot. Let's have a look at some file changes here. So we have... we've added bail, okay. We've added dependency here, which means we're changing cargo toml. Are we not? No, where does bail come from? Okay, so we have different derive functions. That's good. Only structs and enums are supported. So what's a data union? What is this thing here? From derive input. So we're going to have a look at docs.rs. Where does that come from? Sin2 maybe? Let's have a look. No, it's just sin. We are looking for data derive input. There we are. Whoopsie doodles. And input.data, so it's this thing that we're looking at. So what's a union in this case? Oh, is this just an untagged union? Okay, so an untagged union is literally unsafe. We're never gonna allow that. So that's fine. An untagged union is fine. That we don't do anything. So we have enums and structs. So let's see. There's quite a lot going on here. I think I might just pull this code out, maybe. The text, the state get, and state lookup for the data structs and derive the state for the structs. So I don't think we need a comment, but I'm not gonna nitpick that. I'll fix that myself. Derive struct, identity result, let state get, lookup. We're gonna go through the fields. Okay, this is good. So we're doing this. Then how does it play with this thing? I'm gonna pull this in. We don't have any tests to try this, which is perfectly fine. So let's just grab this code instead. And well, that's not what I want to do. Or that instead, I want to do this temp. We're gonna delete anathema and clone this. There we go, right? Proc macros are scary. Yeah, they can be. They certainly can be. All right, we're gonna do a game deal. Whoops. Let's have a look. What game do we have? We do I know this game? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me do this so you guys can guess. I'm gonna have to skip a little. Oh, I get the feeling that it should say Tom Clancy, but maybe not. I don't know the game. It said listen Ghost Recon. I don't know what this is. I don't know this. I don't know this game at all. I mean, we could guess at this point, but I don't know. I don't know this game. I've never played this game. I mean, this looks like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's what it is, right? It's Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But I have not played this game, right? 2023. There you go. There you go, right? All right, nice. Did anyone get it? Yeah, you did. That you did. There was a game for that indeed, right? And okay, so let's have a look inside here. Whoops. librs. And let's have a look at this thing. Okay, so with this thing, so this is what we have, right? This thing looks so much more intense when you're reviewing the pull request instead. Hello, Scott. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you so much. This looks like there's a lot more going on here than before. It really isn't too much going on here, is there? Wait, maybe I'm not on the right branch. Where did they implement this? No, I'm in the wrong branch. Okay, git switch to dev. Right. Okay, yeah, now that's more like it. Now we got a little bit more going on here. Okay, so let's have a look. So state ignore, we need that. State derive, if it's an enum. I don't like this thing, so we're doing this naming convention, so we're just gonna go with enum. All right, that's fine. Derive enum, derive struct. Okay, so let's see how this thing has changed now. So we have state get and state lookup, and we're gonna match on the fields. Do we have to do this? Yeah, because this takes references, right? Okay. So do we use that anywhere else? I don't think so. Yeah, we do. Okay, good then. Yeah. So you can't have the word enum here, obviously, because it's a keyword, but you know. Morning, Doddy. Okay, so derives takes the state get and state lookup for the struct data type and derives the state for the struct. So this was probably somewhere else. Yeah, so we have field items and field names. And where are they now? Yeah. So here we require that this thing was a named struct. So this is that new addition, which is very good what they're doing here. So we have struct fields that we zip together. We're doing a state ignore. That has to be done as well. So all of these has to apply the state ignore, right? Yes, it does. You're not hating ice is good. That's nice. That's nice. So this is called a tuple struct, not an unnamed state. So we should have struct and tuple struct in that case. And we can ignore these still. I'm a little bit unsure what's going on. Why is... Oh, because we do underscore then. Okay. So derived name state, unnamed state. So this is not, this is a struct and that's a tuple struct, but we can leave it as this. This is not important. We don't have to be that nitpicky. This is still good work, right? I'm not gonna diminish the work they've done. So this will then be accessed with a dot underscore. Is that it? Derived state for enums. And we cannot ignore fields in enums then. I think that this might cause an issue. Let's have a look. Let's go into temp, cargo new long, and then cargo add, path, anathema. And let's go in here into a main function, struct, bob, no, yes, maybe. So here we can derive a state, and this should work now. And, well, we have to use anathema, prelude, and component, right? There we go, so this is now fine. This should also be fine. Although I'm not sure what this thing will actually output, but it is still fine to do so. Enum bob 2, and then here we're going to add some variants, right? So A and B. So in bob 0, we can have a nope here, which is a usize. Now this should fail to compile. And it fails to compile. So the way we get around this is we say, look, ignore, and what's the name of this thing, right? Ignore, state ignore, right? So if we do this, this will not compile. But I do wonder if we can ignore that. No, and it makes sense that we can, whoops, that we cannot ignore B. We can... I guess that will just return nothing, but the question is, can we do this? I think maybe. Let's see what this looks like, right? Let's see what this looks like. Let's make a new index.aml, and let's have text be our state. Wait, how do we refer to... How do we refer to the enum values, right? So if we just do... If we just go to the first one, we're going to have value, BAU32, and we're going to just assume that's value, and that should be fine. So let's make this into a component, right? Struct C, implement component for C, where the state is gonna be bob 0, okay? And then here we're gonna have, let's do the default thing, right? Default. We can have default there as well. We can have default there as well, as long as we have a default here as well. So now we should be able to register. No, where are you? They are default, and then C. There we go. Right. Oh, are you not? Didn't we? No, we didn't. Default. Okay, so if we run this thing now, we should see the text value in there, right? Which is 0. That is correct. Now we're gonna change this to be A, and if we do a value U32 like this, we should now be able to change this to bob 2, I think Bob 1 does nothing, right? Because there's nothing there. I think this is fine. Whoops. Oh, right. Okay. So this will do nothing. Yeah, that makes sense, right? We don't have a Bob 3 yet, so we're going to have a Bob 3 in here. So Bob 3, which is going to have a value of U32 and value of bool, right? 2 easy to see default values, right? And let's see where this takes us now. So this is doing nothing. That's fine because that's just an empty state. Now, if we get the second one, that's an enum, right? So we should start with C here. I don't know what this thing will output. So let's change this by implement default for Bob 2. And here, we're going to get rid of this default up here, right? And then we're just going to return self B with the A value set to 1 to 3 and B, whoops, should be 999, right? And then you can go, we can get rid of that one. Okay, so value dot A should now work. Did I not? I don't think I updated the right thing here. Okay, hang on to your sockets. No, that is Bob 2. We should be having A there. How is this supposed to work? Then I don't know how this is supposed to work. Oh, I know. I'm an idiot. Don't tell anyone. This should work. Yes, good work. Good work, right? And if we do B, this should not work. That is correct. Very good. And if we do C, this should now work. This is very good work by Skylar. I did B again, right? Let's change this to C. And there it is, right? This is very nice. Very nice. I am very impressed with this. I'm really happy that people are... I'm happy and I'm not happy at the same time, right? How about that? I'm happy that people are contributing to this thing, right? Why I'm not happy is because I have not written a contribute doc. So I'm not unhappy with the people contributing. I'm unhappy with my own performance around dealing with that, right? Okay, so this seemed to work. I just didn't see... We're going to do unnamed fields as well, right? We didn't do that. So that would be C. So let's change this to Bob 3. So I think dot underscore 0, is that how we deal with this? Animal. Yes, I think I always think it's important to encourage young people to do things like this, right? To explore and become like... Young people who understand these things should be celebrated, and I think that's really important that we do that, right? I don't know what the syntax for this thing is, right? It can't be that. No, that's a syntax error. Right? So this is that error is something we're gonna fix, right? How do we access these things? Right. Yeah. So anyway, so young people who are clever and understands things should certainly be celebrated. We need more of that. Let's see. What should we do? One thing with eyes, I still have to go back at some point and spend some time making my view code a little not like this. Okay. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Container, column, text. This isn't too bad. This is just a very functional way of doing things. I mean, of course, I think this is why it's important to divide things into smaller components, right? Oh, yes. Sorry, Wire. Yes, it's indexing that we should use. But then this concerns me a little bit. Yeah, so how do we... Can't be like that. Let's see. Where are we? We're gonna read this thing, right? It sure did wire it. And it wasn't even a bad message. All right, so we have... we are looking at structs here, okay? All right, okay. No, you are too late, my friend. I have started streaming now. Okay, so where do we deal with unit state? Is okay, unit. All right, hang on. No, this can't be. You can't draw a state for a unit. Unit already implements. Unit already implements state, so that has to be something else. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay, let me see if I can figure this out. So we have the struct. So it should be an unnamed struct then. This thing boggles my mind a little. Why do we have this? Because we're doing an impl state, but this one doesn't do an impl state. I'm unsure why we have that. Because as far as I know, we already have an impulse state for the unit somewhere in here. Maybe we don't, but you shouldn't have a derived state for it. It shouldn't be a derived state. Okay, never mind that. All right, so I think this thing should go. We just have to figure out why it's dead. All right. I'm guessing you're not here, Skylar. Let me ping them. There we go. You know what? I probably should... thank you guys for the follows. Anyone who wants to work on this thing, wait until I have a contribute text file in there. We might write one today. But if you don't want me to review your PRs on stream, please let me know, right? I mean, you're going to make a PR into a public repository either way, right? But if you specifically don't want this, then let me know, right? Let me know. No, it's all good. It's all good. I have a billion meetings now. Sorry. Sorry to hear that, Cat Peasant. That's a lot of meetings. See, if it's a unit, we just do this. I don't think we need this. So this should already be... Also, if the field is a unit... Okay. Yeah, so it's just going to return nothing. Okay, so it's not about... It's about deriving state for this value on a field. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. All right. So what was I looking at? I was looking at Bob 3, the tuple one. All right. Where is tuple struct in here? So this one says unnamed fields has an underscore index. Totally dodgy. I can absolutely do that. I mean, it's so that just makes my streaming life easier because someone else has already created the content for me. I just have to look at it, right? So, you know, the more code you guys write, the less code I have to write. Oh, I saw that wire. I'm gonna get to that one as well. Actually, that one, the only reason I didn't deal with that one last night was because I wasn't at home. And I wasn't at home, so I couldn't deal with this pull request. But this one is fine. We're just gonna do that. There's nothing going on here other than fixing what used to be an option. And this thing used to have no wait, that's right. Yeah, the option is gone. So the context was missing. This doesn't have to be mutable, but that doesn't matter. This is fine. This is good. Yeah, and that thing too. So this is fine. This is good. Yeah. I reviewed it yesterday and it was fine. Yeah, I don't know how we're supposed to access tuple structs, right? So if it's an unnamed value, I know I tried to debug that, then why don't we just do this? Why don't we just panic out the field names here, right? Need a curly bracket on top of that. Oh, if it does not implement debug. Okay. It does not. Why would you not implement debug for that? That seems odd. Where does field's name come from? Why does this not implement debug? Okay, you know what? That's fine. That is what it is, right? So let's just do. Ident new, so that's field names. So what is this thing? This is a map of field. Maybe underscore index. Oh, really? What did I try? I tried the underscore index. It's doing nothing. So this should take us into unnamed fields. So this thing should now panic here. Yeah. So that is what we have. So we're mapping the index to this ident new format index. Okay, the next thing that we can do instead is to do a cargo expand here. Cargo expand. This will expand all the macros for this thing. So we're just going to go up to this thing and have a look at where this thing is being implemented. So we're going to have it like an impulse state for bob3. Okay, so it's underscore number. Then what did I do wrong? I tried all of these. I tried underscore number, didn't I? Didn't I? Yeah. I am sure I'm doing something stupid here. Bob3 has 2 values. And we're using bob3. This should output 0 or false. Wow, thank you for the sub, Dottie. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm a bit slow on the uptake. That's very nice of you, Dottie. Thank you. Okay. I am confused. It looks like this. But what are we doing with these? We're doing this. So this is, no, this is matching on an index path. So if the index is a, where does the index come in? Yeah, so this is indexing into it. This is very confusing. Good work, Macaboo. You know, I don't, I know that would imply that the state, but there's nothing saying that's the name of the state. So this is, the state doesn't have a name. Exactly. I think it's trying to index it. So I think the way to get this to work, is to have a state with a bob3 in it, right? So if we do this, b3 is a value of bob3. I think if we do this, we can get it working. And then we're going to set bob3 down here to bob0. And if we then go b3 index into 0, this will work, right? So if we go into our ammo and then we say b3 index into this, there it is, okay? And that would be false. Yeah, so we're not indexing into anything. A roidy lunk dropping 40 kilo dumbbells after this lift. I think there's a difference between you dropping them because you fatigued, and there's a thing where you kind of almost throw them to the ground because you're an idiot. I found a bug yesterday. I think Skylar said it was an easy fix. Pressing tab on getting started probably causes a crash. Possible order fix in DevBrush. I will look into it. We have an issue with tabbing, yes. Wouldn't it be possible to derive for tuple struct by deriving it into a named path with the name of the struct? No. That would break everything. I'm on X11. He had steroid face. Making plenty of noises. Yeah, if there's like a proper dude bro, right? But I do if I'm doing like bench with dumbbells and I think I'm ready to go up to the next weight and I can't. It has happened that I've dropped the weights, but it's not a reoccurring thing. Right? You should not constantly, you shouldn't test the integrity of the floor, right? Oh, that's horrible. Problem. Okay, so I think this. We're not gonna merge this yet. Instead, we're gonna go back into Discord and said, not sure how we should deal with tuple structs here. If you don't name it, you can't access it. So I wonder if we should leave the enum and not we should leave the enum and but not take this thing, right? So we can have a conversation about this. This is a problem if you don't have this state as part of a state, as part of another state. With named fields. E.g. Impl. Well, you know what? Why don't we just do this? Let me just copy this code. Nice main. And we have 3. And we can get rid of some of the dumbassery here. We're just going to call it Bob. Now we need to get Bob in there as well. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. There we go. Okay, so there's nothing we can do about this thing, so we're not going to merge that now. So this one, are you added a PR for this? Yeah, I think this fixes it. So is the test passing here? They are. We're going to merge this. Is it merging into dev? Yes, it is. So we're going to merge this thing. Very good. Okay, so we managed to merge one thing at least today. That's fine. I am a little bit scared because we don't have everything covered by tests, and we need to have things covered by test, right? Yeah, that's it. Go to the gym at 5 in the morning, small night. I have never any issues with. I have 2 cable machines and I get to use both of them. Actually, we don't have 2 cable. We have many cable machines and I get to use all of them. I can just run around and pull cables on all machines. I can make it like a track. So I run around, pull some cables, and then back, pull some more cables. Just keep running around. You don't have to write tests for. Yes, no, please do write tests. Okay, yes. I got to gym midday and I thought it would be less people. Either if you go before lunch or you wait an hour after lunch before you go. Because, well, people are gonna go after lunch. They will wait a little bit after lunch and then they will go. So I'm guessing somewhere like maybe 2, 3 is good to go. And anything up to about 10, 11 o'clock is probably also fine to go. If you gym at 5, do you eat when you get up? Yes. Unless I've eaten a lot the day before. I just go by what my body tells me. If my body says, you don't have to eat, then I won't. But if it says, you better eat, then I will. You went at 2 p.m. and it was full? Oof. Well, I don't eat and then immediately go there. So I will eat and then I'll wait about 25 minutes to half an hour. Then I get ready and then I go. Okay, so we managed to merge one thing. So cargo test all should still pass because the checks were checky. All right, we had a warning there. Oh, so I am in the middle of doing something. Runtime. Oh, hang on. There we go. Ah! Yes. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that was the PR reviews. Let's have a look at some example code. Do you want to link to your code base and I can review it now? I think we're ready for that. In the meantime, I'm going to grab a drink, which I already have here, which is full of condensation. Taking the preacher bar and doing non-preacher things with it. I'm guessing by preacher bar you mean a short barbell, right? Okay, let's have a look. Boop. The mark. Nice. Okay, so we're just gonna clone this thing. We're gonna clone this thing. The first thing you gotta do when you clone a Git repository, that is to look in the cargo toml to see what is happening, and then you see if there's any crates in here that has a build RS or anything like that. This is like it's just having a quick look at these things for your own sensible what have you. Okay, so this all looks pretty fine. There are no build RS files in there, and are you using syntax? Very nice. That's what I use for my fake ed. Okay, let's clone this thing and let's have ourselves a look. Okay, git clone the mark. Who's the mark? All right, so we're gonna start off by calling l'explore because I've not seen this thing before. There is no immediate entry point to this thing, so we're gonna assume, there we go, right, the CLI. So we're gonna start with the CLI. This is gonna be a main file with mostly clap stuff going on, I'd imagine. Okay, so otherwise we're gonna panic. That's fine. Then we're gonna do read to string the markdown, and then we're gonna unwrap that. So here you could actually return an error from here, right? You can return a box down error if you want, and then you could just do this instead, right? Oh, result, you muppet. All right. All right, so we can do that, and then you don't have to do unwrap. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so then we're going to parse this thing. I don't think I have to look too far in here. We're passing a string reference. We're getting tokens back out. We have the parser. That is also the iter. So I would guess that this would be parser. Just fine to do. Instead, don't need the iter. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so let's see if we're gonna do this or we're gonna break. if you delete that, it puts it on one line. If you delete the semicolon from here, you can have it on one line, making it nice and pretty. So we're gonna take heading. Really, this is gonna be about parsing, so there probably isn't much to say here, right? So we're getting string, content string. That's fine, Martin. You certainly can. All right, so we don't need this lifetime here. I shall stand corrected. We do need that lifetime there. Iter next. Do we really have to pass that as a mutable reference? And can we now do away with this? No, we can't. Okay, so anonymous are unstable. Okay, fine. We don't have to pass that as a mutable reference. It doesn't really matter in this case. Right? Don't worry about that. So we're doing content push stir. So here, I think maybe we could get rid of some allocations, right? So we're creating this content thing that we're going to add to token heading, right? But if this token heading, if this token had a lifetime on it, we could pass string references into this instead, right? I'd imagine so. But before we rewrite anything or suggest that anyone rewrites anything, we should obviously go and have a look at this thing, right? Unreachable, again, put it on one line, link text, string new, next, else break. So you got it here. Or was that, yeah. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, Waru. Okay, no, that's fair enough. We're going to read through this thing before we start throwing our weight around, though. So we're looking if this thing is table head. And so we're basically taking the next value. Otherwise, we're going to panic there. Okay, what is text? It's a coaster. So we can just do this if we... Wait. Yes. Oh, can this thing not do that? Oh, hang on. Yeah. Okay, now that's because headings is a vec of strings. Sorry, it might be... I thought we were pushing strings into a string. So this is all the headings. Table row. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Why? No, I'm not criticizing use of assert. This fine. You should do it. This doesn't return anything, so we can make this into one-liners. Right, making the code more pretty to look at. Same thing with this guy. Right. We're gonna map this into a vec of vecs. So take table. This is fine. If you use the Rust formatter from Anathema, I think you get... this is obviously based on my opinions. By default, it will. But I don't like it. I rather have this than span it across multiple lines. So I've updated my Rust format. So if you take the Rust formatter from there and... just dump it in the root of your Rust or your home directory. It will use that, right? But you can just take the one from anathema. That one, I think that one has same defaults, right? Yeah. By my preference, obviously. Okay. This one might be too long. No, it isn't. We're gonna link text, we're gonna loop, we're gonna do all this stuff, and then yeah. So I think in general, anathema has to own the state. You cannot have references in the state that aren't static. You cannot send this thing across thread boundaries and things like that, right? But okay, let's go and look at that was the CLI. This is the parser. Let's go and look at the UI then. All right, so we got a setup that gets the token as an input. We have the standard backend. We don't use raw mode. We do use raw mode. Okay, I'm just so used to seeing the raw mode up there, right? There's no reason for it to be in any particular order. We got index. We got index state new with the tokens. We register a list and a link. And this just uses empty. What is empty? Oh, so for this, you can just use units then. If you know how to type the pipe character. You can do that if you want, right? You can also do this. No, we don't have it for the prototype, right? But there's nothing wrong with doing this. You're fine to do this too, right? There's nothing wrong with doing it. Okay, so we got all the components. So this looks really nice. Do we really have to run this in 60 FPS? Is that required? That's fair enough, Myron. Do we really need to run this at 60 frames per second? I'm gonna assume not. Oh, right. Well, you should be able to run this at 240 frames per second, and it should be fine because it shouldn't really do much. All right, so empty is there. Okay. If you have no intention of adding more components, then I would strongly suggest that you get rid of all of this and just put the empty inside the index. There's no real value in having its own module, right? But does Halo work on Linux though? DK, that is the question. All right, so you've done an inner code token. Whoops, that is not what I want to do. Go back. There we go. Where was I? UI source, and I want to expand that. So inner token, yeah, all right. So this is what has to own everything. So I'm guessing messages are sent to these things. Then there isn't, unless you do this on a separate thread, there is no reason to separate these tokens from the state, I think. Or maybe there is. There probably is. Let's say that it is. Yes. So we're just going to do this. So then we can just pass impl into iterator, where the item is a token, like so. And actually, there's no difference. This added 0 value to your code, by the way. No. Yeah, that makes sense, Wyra. Do keep it that way. Nice. You got scrolling up and down. And you scroll by 3. Cool. That makes sense. We could also... Oh, you're doing mouse scrolling as well, right? You can also do something like... oh, no, you already have keys. Yeah, there you go, right? So you scroll up and scroll down. Man, you already done what I was gonna suggest. That's very good. I was gonna try to be clever and show you that we can use the height of this thing, but you'd already done that. Good work. Good work. Okay, this looks fine. How do I use it now? Do we have some example markdown in here? We have the readme. Can we do cargo run? And then some markdown. We can do readme.md, right? Okay, yeah, we can fix this. We can fix this thing. This looks really cool. All right, we're gonna look at the templates. Good work. We're gonna look at the templates, but what we can do is we should be able to, maybe there's a bug, right? Maybe there's a bug. Where's overflow? Clamp the offset, preventing the contents to scroll out of view, right? So default value is true, but it's still scrolling out of view. So there's a bug with this thing. It shouldn't scroll past it, right? We should be okay. So we should be able to just grab a readme from somewhere. Okay, let's find that. Noise. Is it longer than the LSP? This is nothing, right? The LSP one is longer, isn't it? No, I don't know. All right, okay, let's just grab this readme. Okay, and we're gonna call this test.markdown, and we're gonna add that here, and we're gonna run this with the test markdown. So that took a while, and this looks nice though. I would have liked Control D to scroll down, Control D and Control U, but that's just from my Vim in. Man, this looks good, man. It's very good. So why? Let's just do a cargo build release. And let's look at this thing in release mode. That didn't take long, did it? It's instant. What are you on about? We're running this at 240 frames per second, right? That makes no sense. I think that you didn't run it in release mode, and that's performance punishing. Also, my machine is decent enough. I have enough resources in there to deal. If we can't do markdown fast enough, right? But because there's nothing slow about it. It would be I can't imagine. I think it's gonna be the parser that's slow made by someone else, right? So it's not on you if the parser is quote unquote slow, right? But just run it in release mode. Okay, let's look at the index. Oh wait, did you do your own parser? No, because you're using this for parsing, right? Hello, Tanaka. But yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, but there's nothing slow here. There's nothing here that says slow and gruesome, right? So I think you're absolutely okay doing this. But we did discover a bug. So we're gonna deal with that bug. This is good. I'll be happy to link to this thing. What should we do with this thing? What should we do with this thing? Should we have a look at... So we're gonna link to this thing in the README. This was a pretty chunky one. So my only suggestion to you, which you are free to ignore, is to also add Control U and Control D for the scrolling of this, right? So you support like more than page up and page down. I don't even have those keys on my keyboard, right? But I didn't try it with the mouse though, right? This is very good. I think this is really nice. Let's see if it clamps when we get to the bottom of this thing. I'm gonna guess that it doesn't. It does. Okay, so clamping works as long as the text goes outside. So we just have to prevent scrolling if the inner content size is too small. That seems to be the bug then, right? The tables don't look amazing. No, we don't. Wait, actually, we don't. Where's the table? Show me a table. What's wrong with this table? I see nothing untowards with this table. Oh man, I'm glad the microphone isn't picking up my stomach noises. The templates own most of the work, so you can't recurse into templates. All right. Yes, because that's what we never did. We never looked at the actual templates, right? So let's start with this thing. For token and tokens, if it's a heading, load a heading. If it's a paragraph, load a paragraph. If it's a token. So maybe we need to allow for recursion. A list can have nested list, but I can't do list from a list. No, maybe we need to have recursion then. So we can come back to that one. So I did the dependency graph of templates. Very, very simple. A template cannot have another template that contains itself because it would be recursive. There's another flaw in there as well that we need to address, which has to do with the if statements and loading components, right? So we should make it possible to have the same component twice in a template, but that's gonna lead to other bugs, but we'll get back to that. All right, so far this is pretty easy to read. This looks fine enough. And then let's have a look at something like the heading. Yeah, so here is where I recommend, the color thing also needs a bit of love. So this is where I would recommend that you do this theme thing, right? I am using a Procaster, a Rode Procaster microphone with a decent amount of hair on it, right? It looks like this. All right, it's my hairy baby. It is not. My hairy baby's at school. PR request via live stream is way more productive than text. Wait, what? So for the color thing, just if you go to if we go to the index, okay, let's do this thing. Let's create another test, test2.markdown, and then we do heading 1 and then heading 2. And then heading 3 here, and then paragraph. Now, if I run this with the test 2, it looks like this. Oh, is it supposed to look like this? Yeah, maybe it is. Okay, I don't know. Great microphone, yes. However, I'm very disappointed in the Rodecaster Pro 2. It's amazing, but it's also very disappointing. It's like having this sort of savant child, but all they want to do is get into microeconomics instead of programming, right? Nah, that joke wasn't funny. Kill it with fire. Okay, the joke, not the child. So here we go. I like interacting with the maintainer via text in GitHub. I honestly don't. I don't like doing it, and I'm gonna have to set up a schedule because more and more people are writing code for this thing, which is good, but it also means it's gonna take up more and more of my time. And if I don't organize my time, I'm going to be incredibly stressed. And if I don't have anything in place for dealing with this, the moment I open up this to the masses and the entitled people turns up, it's going to burn me out quickly if I don't have any safety protocols in place for this thing. And it's already happened to other open source projects I've done in the past. No, it's all good, Wire. It's all good. The point of this thing, if we open up the index YAML here, right, and we're going to have a theme here where we say that the H1 is, and now we're going to find the heading, and we're going to find the foreground. All right, so this is, okay, I want you to copy all of it, right? So this is going to be H1. So instead of doing this, we're going to have theme.h1. Was it test 2? Yeah. So now I can change this to something else. Oh, well, I mean, if you're a normal functioning human being and you know how to use a keyboard, then you can, right? So now that's red or black, right? So this allows you to do theming if you just put the code in a global variable, right? Very, very simple. Hello, Skylar. How you going? Yeah, you kind of have to provide a theme there as well, so that can be a little bit dicey. All right, let me have a look. Why not use the array indexing? Okay, but into what, Skylar, is my question. Right? Yes, so everything in the templates are global variables, right? It's just how it works. And that is for that reason. The only reason why we have variables in the templates is because Museum wanted to do theming for something, and that led to, oh my god, what a side quest that was. That led me to not be able to have variable assignments without creating a reactive programming language, which we are not gonna do. Yeah. So did I answer you, Skylar? Did it make sense what I said? But yes, so doing this thing gives you theming, which is nice and fancy, right? We don't have fallback colors. I don't know if we're ever gonna have, but here we are, right? So yeah, I'd suggest doing that. That's my only suggestion to you then. But I will include a link to this thing in the Anathema README. So I'm gonna create a thread here called screenshots. Let's do it here. Let's get rid of tiny roots. We're gonna delete this channel. Delete, and we're gonna rename projects on Discord into something else. We're gonna call this thing Anathema. And then we're gonna create a new channel under there. And we're gonna call this thing, I'm gonna make it a forum. And we're gonna create channel name is gonna be screenshots and projects. Create channel. And man, I have to create guidelines. Okay, allow me to demonstrate then, Skylar. I might have been doing something wrong, but how do I index into the value, Skylar? If this is my root, okay? So we have Bob3, which is here, all right? So how do I index into Bob3? Value, but what's value? Where does value come from? There is no value. Bob3 is the root state. Bob is my uncle. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's all good, Skylar. It's all good. I've obviously not rejected the PR. It's all very good. But either we remove the yeah, I actually don't know what a good solution to this thing is, though. I don't know what a good solution here is. Yeah, it is difficult because we have no name associated with it. I think maybe we have to come up with some test cases for this as well, right? But the enum stuff is good. So maybe what we could do is we can leave it for named structs and enums only to start with, and then we figure out how to deal with the unnamed stuff in the future. Thank you so much for the chair. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And okay, so I was in the midst of creating a channel, was I? Yes, so create post guidelines, post, okay, I thought I was typing. Post screenshots and projects made with Anathema, all right. I think this is fine. Anyone can post in there. Yeah, so basically we make a channel for this thing, so anyone can post screenshots and things like that, and we put them in readmes and such, right? _1, _2. Not sure what that means. Should we default the state name to _ if there isn't one? How would that work? It's a thought though, right? It's a thought. So what should we do next? I certainly don't mind you finding bugs, right? Yeah, I figured it was in anathema. I don't mind people finding bugs. I'm very happy with people finding. I don't like that the bugs exist, but I'm happy that people find them, right? So we found one this morning that had to do with the overflow and the scrolling. So we're gonna do clamp prevent scrolling. Okay, no, this drives me crazy. This thing works, but it doesn't work in reality. Okay, have you benchmarked to see what is going on? Such is life, Wairu. So let's go and make this thing into something that we can actually run. So let's go into temp. We're gonna clean up the temp directory now. Okay, so don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. Probably don't need these things. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't know what porridge is. Probably don't need it. Don't need that. Done that. Randomizer. Don't need that. We're gonna link to this thing. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay, so let's make a new project. And over, this is the name of this thing. Cargo add. Projects. Rust anathema. All right, that's supposed to be path, right? Not pathy. There we go. Cargo run, just to get that going. To back and render was the thing that takes around 50 milliseconds. How did you find that out? We're gonna do that and a new index ammo file. And then I'm just gonna run this thing. Okay, that's supposed to say text, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so now we're gonna grab this code here. Whoops. That was my clipboard. Shouldn't have been there, should it? Okay, so this thing's just gonna show 0, and then we're gonna have our state and our component. We don't need a state for this thing, but we do need is the key thing. So skip on key, skip, and here we go. So elements by tag, and we're gonna grab the overflow, and we're gonna grab the first one, and then we're gonna have our elements, and we don't care about the attributes. And then in here we're gonna do scroll down, but first it's gonna be our overflow. That's going to be L.2 overflow, which we don't have. So we have to bring this in first. Okay. Overflow. All right. So pressing any key should scroll this thing. Okay. Nothing is scrolling down. Okay. Scroll up. Nothing is scrolling up. Why was this thing... I guess we could just do... Why was this thing happening? No. Good grief. Select this. Increment. There you go. Thank you. Okay, so... Why was this scrolling in virus application then? Okay, do you do anything in there that's gonna be slow? Okay, link to the playground. Let me have a look, Skylar. Let me see if I can replicate this thing then. Okay, so maybe there's a regression in there somewhere, right? And then we have to deal with them. So scrolling doesn't seem to do anything now, but it was for the. I wonder if this is to do with the stop it, hands. Thank you. The mark. Jesus Christ. Let's do this. Color run. So this was scrolling, and I wonder if it's because there's an element in here that is expanding. So we shouldn't be able to scroll down. Okay, let's put a background on here. Oh man, why? Be nice to know a roadmap. Yes. The thread backend wasn't running. I don't know what the thread backend wasn't running means. I have no idea what this means, Skylar. If I can't see the code, I can't do anything about it. Okay, so is this because of the VStack in there? Let's have a look. Technically, the VStack shouldn't be necessary. I just wonder if this... It's not that either. No, this thing will just expand. Okay, let's set the background to gray, which is gonna be painful to look at, but yeah. Oh man, I don't know why. You have to link the code to me. I have no idea what you're talking about. All right, link me some code, please. Okay, so what part of this thing is this? Oh, there's an expand here. That should probably not be there. It still breaks, but I don't think there should be an expand in there. Because that should arguably expand. Thank you. That should expand this to fill all the available content. I think that expand, by the way, would have been ignored if we take everything out. So the only thing we have is heading. Good grief. Okay. What? Okay. How is this different? I am very confused. It's just calling scroll down. It's just calling scroll down. Why is this not reacting? I know, because I'm an idiot. Don't tell anyone. There we go. I never used them. There we go. So now it should be broken. Okay, there we go. We can replicate that. Yes. Okay, so scrolling up and down. Let's have a look at the template, right? So let's set the background to black. That should not burn our retinas, okay? So it's filling up all the available space. But the inner content isn't big enough for it to warrant scrolling, which makes this really confusing. Why can we scroll up and down and always get the expected value? This is confusing me. Okay, let's panic in here. Make sure that this code is actually running. It is. The test is passing. Okay, I think maybe what we're gonna do is this. And then we're gonna, so there's a lot of copy and paste here. We don't want that, we just want this. Okay, let's have a look at this thing. So we're gonna first assert that this thing hasn't changed, right? This is just expected now. So we're gonna render, we're gonna expect that, that's fine, and then we're going to scroll left and it shouldn't change. Now this will break, please. No? Okay. We don't need that anymore. Don't need that. Don't need that. Maybe this is really... no, I did check this. Oh, but... what does this thing do? Maybe this thing doesn't clear... We do a position and paint. Do we have a test that actually shows the scrolling? We do. So this also works. Although this didn't work. How did this just suddenly break? All right. How did this just break? All right, I must have broken this in the process somehow. Well, this is really weird. So scrolling this thing is doing something. UI testing is a pain. Oh man, why is this thing seemingly working? All right. So if we do this, I'm not interested in scrolling left or right. I do want to scroll down only. So this should leave us with 1, 2, 3 now, yeah? 1, 2, no 3. And that is correct. So it is working. Oh my god. What a mystery. Huh? What a bloody mystery this is. All right. Yes, quite. Why is this thing doing this? What a complete not a twat. So even if we were to do only this, we need these two. Please break. Why aren't you breaking? Why isn't this breaking? Okay. Oh, thank God. All right, I see the issue. The test is flawed. We got to fix the test. So let's look at the clamping of this thing. So when we go to scroll, where do we apply clamping? We do not. This is going to be applied later on when we do things like position, maybe. So here's the clamp function. Height is going to be parent height, and then yeah, so this should only happen if we... Oh, right. But we've already changed the offsets here, right? By calling self.scroll, that's going to mutate the offset, is it not? Yeah, of course. That doesn't work. All right. Well, that was easy to find the bug. If you bear with me a second. Let's see. What should we do? So we're already setting the offset. Instead of doing this thing, do we know the size at that point? I think clamping has to happen later than setting the offset, you see. So this happens when we do the positioning, right? So instead, we should say if the... If the height of the children are less than the parent height, then the offset will have to be 0. Right? Seems like it should be as simple as that. Yeah. All right, Wyrie. Sounds good. Have a good sleep. So really, it's as simple as that, right? If we do have clamping enabled, where's the clamp? Then height becomes width. Okay, what's the other way around? X. So that's all we had to do. So it was just a broken test, really, that did it. So we're gonna do this. We don't have to do the other checks then. But now, if we run this thing, this is fine. If we do copy this a few times, we can scroll down to the last one. Yeah, this looks good. Happy with that. All right, so that's a bug fix. We could probably push this. No, we can't. Okay, so should we get some stuff in? Oh no, hang on. We're supposed to look at this thing, right? All right. Let's go to the temp directory and clone this thing. Yeah. Okay, so what do we have here? We have editor, text buffer, thread backend. So what's a thread backend? Why is there a thread in here now? So we're gonna tangle with this thing. Let's have a look. We start with main. I have playground state showing boom with height, and we have message state playground state. All right, and then we have the playground itself. We have run AML. I see the disadvantage of naming this function receive. Okay. All right then. All right. So then, so this is being sent back through associated events. State showing to mute. Showing error. All right, so on key, thread handle dot take. Okay, so we have a thread local there. So showing the editor, we're emitting to the playground a unit. So we're messaging something here. We're messaging a component ID. Who has the playground? You're messaging the editor. You can, if you want to, call state.focused.set true. You can do that as well if you don't want to get a 2 mutant deref. There's no difference. It's just less code to type. There's no difference though. This thing is by default. You don't need that. So thread handle. So this is this an option of a value maybe? Yes, that makes sense then. Okay, I was confused. It makes sense. So thread handle. You're calling resize on the handle. Okay. All right, so backend. We're subtracting 2 here. Why are we subtracting 2? Maybe it doesn't matter. Okay. So we run the main. Hang on, what does release bundle do? To path or to template? Okay, gotcha. Okay. Let's look at the main ammo file. Nice work. Nice. So we have an editor that we're linking back to. It bundles the ammo into the executable when you release it. You can do that. I think that's not something I would encourage though. I feel like that's taking away the config for other people. Wait, can you write this? Sorry, does this work? I didn't know this worked. Does this really work? It does. Okay. That's really funny. It's really clever. That's clever work, right? Is it because we do truthiness check on 0? Apparently you can wire. width is 0. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought this would work. But okay. Okay. Sorry. Editor. Welcome back, Quire. Okay. anathema.js. How you doing, Caleb? All right, so let's run this thing and see what it's doing then, right? Okay, yeah, that's why. So we can't have this enum here, can we? How do you fix your posture small night? Tell me how that works. Okay. Maybe I need to stand up. All right. Yeah. Oh wow, is an actual playground? Damn, does this work? Shit. That's freaking cool, man. That's freaking awesome. Yeah, but damn, this is really cool, right? I mean, I have to use the arrow keys like a pleb, but what do I care? I'm freaking impressed, man. This is really cool. Okay, I want to see the performance issue though. Control S will save. Oh no, Control S is my prefix key in Tmux, so that's not gonna save. Oh, my backdrops are maxed out. I just need to raise the backdrop a little bit, but I don't think I care enough about that. Oh, is that where you want to send the buffer? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, the plant isn't real though. Okay, they're not implement. Yeah, that's never gonna work for me because I use Control S as my prefix in Tmux, right? Hello, Crispy. I know. This is freaking brilliant, man. This is really cool. Eat too many plants. In fact, you can run it. Where's my cursor? Oh, it's not focused, maybe? Oh no. I done bad things. There we go. I didn't make this. Check this out, right? Check this out. So you can have an H stack. Oh, tab doesn't work. And then we'll do like a V stack. And we're gonna have our hello world here. Sorry, I have to navigate using the arrow keys. And this is difficult for my feeble Vim brain to compute. Let's delete this. And then we're gonna do another, we're gonna do some text here. Lol. And can we put a arrow keys spacer here? And now if I do Control R, it runs the code. Although, right, okay, we need to add some oh man, where is the, there we go, tab to focus. Okay, we need to add a new line here, right? No, that's not I for insert mode. There we go. Sorry. Let's do padding. No, we're not going to do padding. We're just going to put a container here. Oh, we can't. Okay, we have to do... Whoops. I think I am damaged by Vim for life now. All right, now we can do padding 1 here, and then Control R. No? Padding. Control E to get back there. No, we can't get back. No. Damn it. Eep. Okay, close enough. Yeah, this is super cool. All right, this is super cool. So it's you can write and execute anathema, and it draws on something, and then you send the buffer back. We're gonna make that better. But I want to see what the performance bottleneck is here, right? So is it the tick here? It's probably this. Don't you think? Iterating over all the cells in the canvas. It could be this that is taking up all the time, right? So if we do a cargo flame graph, we can't do that unless we set the profile release to have debug true. Yeah, that's definitely what I want to do. Okay, let's see. Now, this is where it's spending the time, though. In the tick function. Which is here. So the bottleneck is here. So if we took this out, It still looks similar though, doesn't it? Let's go to internal run and do a comparison from here. Oh, hello. No, paint is not where we spend most of our time. Here, this is good that we spend time here, right? This is fine, but here we're only spending a little bit of time in paint. We're spending time in paint here as well. Yeah, so this is definitely. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I think it spends time in paint on both of these, right? So here we got paint here, but we also have paint here. So there's a lot, right? Yeah, I didn't see the first one either. It's all good. So where's the second one, right? Is it the editor? I haven't even looked at all the code, have I? Hello, Orts. Okay. Okay, should render is equal to 0. Magic numbers, man, come on. So this is all. This seems to be always set to 3, except when it's set to 0, which was. Should render is equal to 0, and then we return run code which set this to 3 again. So this is never gonna be anything other than 3, right? It's 0 here, but we instantly set it to 3, right? Yeah, magic numbers are definitely difficult to. So I show you something cool, Skylar, right? What you can do is you can have an enum, like a render state, if you want. And then here, we can just do repo u8. And now we can have A, B, and C. I don't know what they're supposed to mean because they are just numbers to me, right? So now you can use render state instead of using should render. Like that. And that could be render state C instead. And that can be, well, render state C. This can be render state C. This would be render state A. And then render state C again. And then that would be SU8. And that would be Wait, why are we doing -1 here? On tick. All right, that would be... No, SU8. And now we have to cast this thing back to render state. Assuming that we don't... we can't do a from on that thing. Well, then we can do a try from. There we go. I'm not going to return anything here. Actually, we can't. I don't think we can do this. Instead, we would have to render state A. Like that. No, we can't do that. Okay, fine. We'll just have to use these. Although that's gonna be 1, 2, 3. I think. No, there was 0, 1, 2. I don't know, you had a 3 in there as well, right? But, you know, whatever, it's all the same, right? So then we just do should render is -1. And then this is going to be should equals to should render try into unwrap. Like that. Should re-render. Like that. Why couldn't we do that? No, hang on. Wait. Oh, right. We just have to make this into a copy type. Sorry. Obviously. What a morning. Okay. Don't need that. Okay, so for every tick... Why did we set it to 0 again? Which is A. We're just looking at the render states now. Here we go, right? So we're setting it here to 3 and run code. We sets it back to 3 again. And this is just running the code, right? It's the GitHub thing, right? All right, so let's have a look at the tick function. Buffer draw elements. So get the canvas, the size of the canvas. You can just use 2 here, I'm guessing. Right, this is a canvas, it's gonna be a canvas. Draw to canvas. Oh, the color thing. I really need to fix the color thing. That's really annoying. Yeah, I think that's a safe assumption. Okay, the offset format. There's not really a lot going on here other than the canvas put, right? Okay. Hello, Rebel. This doesn't happen if you don't type anything. Okay, so if I panic here, nothing should happen, right? This panic should never happen. But it does happen. I need to figure out why it's slow, right? Has to run at the start. Okay. Not really, Sully. Not anything I would flaunt in public, at least. All right, I guess we just have to start like looking at this thing, why it is slow, right? So let's go to the runtime then. And we do the we time this. Yeah, we're not gonna talk about that though, right? Okay, so how should we measure this? There's only one runtime going, right? Skylar? So thread handle take, close, show error, on focus. Unless you're in the preview. Okay, let's just dump some. I mean, we're looking at the delta time here, right? So if something takes slow, is this the delta time that you're looking at, Skylar? So, for instance, where's our tick function? Here. No, you don't. Maybe you do, but not here. So we're gonna ruin the layout now by just doing this. All right, alt screen. 15.5 milliseconds. All right. So far, so good. This is exactly what we're expecting. We're running this at 60 frames per second. Okay. So if we take this off, we should get half the time, right? Or sorry, twice the time almost. Okay. So 16.6 milliseconds is what we're kind of looking at here. Is there any other tick function that we can look at here? In the editor, maybe? Okay, so we look at the editor's tick function then. Okay, this one is also fine. Maybe you found a bug in the sleep function, but this is always turning out to be right. So let's look inside the B23. Tick is taken on point, I'd say. And there's a sleep. Well, this is not what you're looking at though, Skylar, is it? This would be something very different. Well, this isn't even showing up. Why are we not seeing that? All right, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's what I was printing. We're using print line or reprint line, it's not gonna matter. Which setting is that, Tanaka? Maybe this is the problem, but I'm not seeing it. So how did you print this? How did you even print this? Oh, you know what it is? It's not, of course I can't print this. Sorry, I'm being an idiot. This isn't local to me. So, you fool. We need to git clone. That's what we need. Okay, now we're gonna be able to see it. Okay, but that is because we're on the wrong branch. No, apparently we have more errors now. Hello, Axel. Wait, what? Have you done any other changes, Skylar? Could be that, but it shouldn't be that. Maybe it is that. Yeah, it was that. Good work. Okay, so let's go to the runtime. Where the heck are these used now? There we go, right? Okay, let's do FPS now elapsed. It's 5 milliseconds. Keyboard sounds different. It shouldn't. Bruh. This phrase always makes me think of an angry duck. Bruh. I mean, do you have like a lot going on there? What am I reading this for? What's up here? Crispy. What am I looking for? At least. Yeah, it says that because there's like a slight variance, right? So it's not like it's gonna sleep for an additional 200 milliseconds or anything like that, right? There's a very small variance, right? But it is not guaranteed. No, you're right, it's not guaranteed about the upper bounds, but it's unlikely gonna go past it, right? Depends on the schedule. Yeah, I mean, if you have a really busy system, but I don't think it's uncommon. There's not really much else we can do, right? So I wouldn't say that this is likely to be the issue. If it's very unlikely that this would be the issue. I mean, I could be wrong, right? It happened once. But I mean, what are you doing this on, Skylar? Are you doing this on a computer from 1985? I don't know. Do you have like a lot going on there? Do I have a slow computer somewhere available? I don't. Okay, could you try this, Skylar? Okay, Can you do a reset of everything? Can you do a git reset on everything on the playground and on your implementation of anathema? Okay, now both of them have been reset to the same, right? Or both of them have been reset. I don't know why I said to the same. And then in here, we're gonna go to the runtime. And then we're gonna find this thing here and just print out the FPS now elapsed, right? In debug mode. And this somehow is causing grief. Oh, right. Oh, man. Then, of course, we have to change this. Delete in Word, please. There we go. Now, in debug mode. Now I can do the print line of the elapsed. I need to eat some food. Yeah. I mean, we couldn't really see it, but I can see it. We're just gonna ditch raw mode. Wait. Before you do this, know what this does, right? If you have any uncommitted stuff, it's gonna wipe that, right? It really is. So I need to grab something to eat. I had a banana for breakfast, which is not very good. I was eager to get going. I don't know what you know. Okay. By the way, Skylar, this project is really cool, though. It looks really cool. Is this because you're French instead of RMRF? Sorry. Boo. Okay. I don't know. I'm interested to see what you're getting, though, right? It's good for you, but it's lacking the rest of the meal. Cakes did not do that, Caleb. I don't believe that. You don't really have to do this, right? Yeah, I think if you do RMRF as root in the root, you're not gonna have a functioning system afterwards, right? He did and was gifted $400 for losing a day of work. But why? Anyway, okay. So we looked into this. Now we need to make some nice assets for the really okay. Yeah, I'd say there's more than a day of work that you've lost there, but you know, still 31 milliseconds. I need assets. Wow, we've been on for 3 hours already. Okay. It was on the virtual machine. Got it. Okay. Then I need to know more about the parameters, Skylar. Hello, Anmal. All right, just to be clear, Skylar, could you try to run this in release mode as well? It shouldn't have to, as evident by my system. Moral blessing. All right, what should I eat that is quick and easy and takes no time to make? Pizza? Pizza would have been good. Happy Monday, Londo, but pizza is not in the cards for me. Microwave some eggs with veggies in it. I think we'll skip that. Grilled cheese would have been pretty good. Oh, I do have I could just have some toast, couldn't I? I could just chuck some toast on there. I wonder if I can wire this thing up to my... if I can wire this thing up to my microphone. Tomato puree. I didn't have any tomato puree. Nah, do not worry about it, Lando. Not one bit, okay? There is no obligations. You can leave the PR sitting there forever if you want to. Don't stress about it. If there's one thing that kills open source, it is entitled people and stress, because it is unpaid work, and yes. Well, okay. That makes no sense. It shouldn't be faster in release mode. But it is out now. Well, it's not on Crate.io. So if I do cargo run here, we get 10 milliseconds. Hang on, Skylar. Hang on. I think that was a coincidence. Yes, it's double, but we're gonna make it even worse. Okay, we're gonna make it hard for you guys to read. That's not on purpose, but we're gonna make it worse. Okay, by doing... Yes, there we go. So this is now 35 milliseconds. This is definitely a result of some grid cruising, right? Canvas size, yeah. So it's gonna be the canvas that is slow, but I want to ditch the editor for this thing. I don't want to run the second thread here. Let's just do thread handle is equal to thread spawn. Right. Okay, so it's not that. Wait, run code. Oh yeah, no, I can't stress this enough though. In like a release mode is very important if you're actually checking performance, right? Welcome back, Cat Peasant. Yeah, so it should not be an issue though. I think I deleted the draw project, didn't I? Yep. All right, well, that's a shame because that project would have been useful now. What if we just return here? We're just gonna strip away as much as possible from this. And we're gonna run this in debug mode. Okay, so it has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with this run code business. Okay, it's not that either. Yeah, I just want to be sure that there's not a lot going on. Bet of course, Apollo. Well, that's up to you if you use Wayland or not, right? Could one create a reusable component in its own crate? How would templating work? That's a conversation we're gonna have. You can totally do that though. Nice, Scott. Nice. Yeah, I need to get. I mean, I'm thinking maybe I just throw some toast in there, and I don't know what to have on it though. I need to have something to eat because I'm getting really hungry. I think we're gonna have the foundation for third-party components before we do the jam, because I think an input component is so inherently useful for anything where people want to have like text input and stuff, right? Marmalade would have been nice, but way too much sugar, and I don't have any marmalade. I'm guessing Scott mentions the Alice keyboard or the Glove 80, one of those, I'm guessing. Okay, so let's look at the tick function here, right? We're just gonna comment out everything in here. It's not the ruddy tick function. Okay, we should have one runtime with one component. No, we have editor and main, okay? The run code does nothing now. We do nothing there. There's no tick or anything on the editor component. The editor component has functions. It has a tick. Oh, man. What is going on? Okay, let's start from scratch then, right? Let's start with a new project. We need a component. we need the tick function. I wish this thing could just fix the tick. I don't want all this other crap. All right, fine. Useful you are. Oh, and then Rust analyze the soil itself. That's what I want. Okay, so we run the tick function. Although that really has no bearing on this thing. So let's go to the run function here. It could be that we just have a massive performance issue here. It might not have anything to do with your code. All right. Really? Oh. Oh, really? That's really nice. I'm really happy to hear that, Londo. Congratulations. That's super cool. That is super cool. All right, so this looks fine. Yeah, I think it's probably the canvas widget, Skylar. The canvas widget probably sucks. Yeah, the canvas widget alone adds an overhead. Right, we're gonna get the size. Height. And I think this is what's gonna slow us down now. Wait, are these U sizes? Yeah, so that should probably be U16 then, right? Or U32? No, U16. Really? Okay, so it's not slow if we do that. Although it's not doing anything. I'm too hungry for this. Come on, man. Oh, right. We're not doing this because we're not using this. Wait. Yeah. So there we go. Now we should see a performance go in the toilet here. Whew. Okay. At 120 frames per second. Okay, then. I mean, yes, there was a performance cost, but not one that I expected. $21 milliseconds. 2021, yeah. Yeah. The canvas widget was not really thought through, and it has issues that I don't love. But I have issues with being insanely hungry. So if you guys excuse me, I have to go and rummage around the kitchen for a little bit to find something to eat. I might just throw some toast somewhere and come back down again, though. So I won't be long. Let me put on... I have an AFK thing. What is this thing set to? Oh, that's not even working. Yeah, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna get though, right? I wanted to see if I could actually connect these headphones to here, but I don't remember how to put them into pairing mode. Not that I think that it matters, but still, right? All right, hang on. Let's do shocks, run, pairing mode. Very good. Okay, to pair headphones. Oh my god, come on. Turn off enter pairing mode by pressing and holding volume plus for 5 seconds. Okay. Okay, turn them off. Oh my god, it takes forever. Yes. I'm pushing the wrong button. All right, okay, let's try it again. No device connected. Oh, I can't connect the headphones through here, can I? Nah, okay. So I thought I could have connected my headphones to my audio mixer, but I can't. All right, let's turn this off again. Crikey, am I pushing the wrong button again? Yeah, the whole thing needs to be rewritten. Any good buds I would recommend? Yeah, it depends on what you want them for, right? I only know headphones by workout. And well, the one thing I know is that everyone's very different when it comes to headphones. So what I like might not be what other people like because of air shape. But I think the Beats Sport, which were stupidly expensive, but I think they were really good. I think these were really good because they hook over your ear. So if you're hopping around, it's not going to cause an issue. But I do think that they're stupidly expensive. I'm not like super chuffed about that. There's also the Sony XM5 in ear, which are expensive too and a bit flashy. But my wife hated these ones. I don't mind them. I think they're all right. But the wife really couldn't stand these. Yeah. I think that's all right, though, Danaka, that we don't have custom commands, though. Yeah, that probably, but it's about it's like a matter of choice, right? For instance, if you're working out, over-ear headphones might not work for you, like your workout style. You might constantly be knocking your headphones off with dumbbells and stuff, right? Yeah, because everyone's ear shape is so different, it really makes it complicated, right? But what we're gonna do now, first of all, clearly I have to fix this thing. Because the context has dependencies on self state now. That's a new addition. And then also what we're gonna do is we have a print line here. No, wait, that's the wrong project. Let's do away with that and that for now. And then in here, oh no. We do away with that too. There we go. So can we run this now? Yeah, well, it has a weird thing where it loses a second, right? Yeah, I think it's mostly on Twitch anyway, then, because I wouldn't worry about it, right? But no, I don't like. I mean, don't feel like you have to, right? Yeah. So, food was it? All right. So we're gonna go and find some food. So this thing is doing what? It's gonna do saturating sub. Yeah, because we don't have like an initialization for this thing. Otherwise, we're just setting this unnecessarily. Of course you would, Crispy. Of course you would. Nah, forget it. I'm just gonna put a template in there saying AFK. And if we did this. All right, there we go. I'll be back in a bit. All right, I found some food. I found what can only be qualified as Mr. Meat, so we're having that. And I'm getting cold. Right. What are you getting so cold for? I didn't sign up for this. Freaking hate winter as well. Feels like that's around the corner. Right. This is incorrect. Summer is gone. All right. Well, that was weird. Probably because I'm wearing headphones underneath my headphones. Hey, there we go. Normality has resumed. Is resumed. All right. All right. Okay, so what do we do? Next. What do we do next? Summer is the bestest season, clearly, but all the good things happens in the summer. Okay. So what should we do next? There was yeah, we're gonna make a demo and some screenshots, right? Yeah, but winter you have, you're cold. I'll take a heat wave over cold any day of the week. Hello, Xernox. I feel like you guys are just old people now, right? I can sort of admit that, I'm a little bit aged, but you guys and your summer hatred. It's easy to warm up than to cool down, though, right? Unless you're always cool. Well, my fireplace, first of all, my fireplace sucks, all right? It's the worst thing with this entire house is my fireplace. And all my blankets are behind me. I use them as backdrops. Yeah, 30 is fine. Warm sound, warm body. Yeah, I guess you don't have a lot of heat waves then, Cernox. What's a heat wave to you? 22? Anyway, any hoodle. All right, so there's nothing that we can do there. So should we make some demos then, right? Red card. Oh man, I used to sit outside in the sun and work when it was 35-ish plus, 35, getting close to 40. Well, no, I wouldn't sit in the sun and work, but I would sit in the shade, but it was like 40 in the sun or whatever, and 35 in the shade. Something like that. It's really warm. It's really nice. And then you jump in a pool for half an hour, splash around, and you get cool, and then back up and work again, right? React Coder, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? Minus 20 is good. Good for 8-hour mountain hikes. Good grief. No more pool. Yeah, so okay, so should we get to building some screenshots? Should we make some nice user interfaces? We can make a demo, and what should we do with the demo then, right? Oh, right. There we go. Oh yeah, I don't want any of that minus in my life. Right, so we're gonna build a demo for this thing now. Alright, that is not a demo. It's chalk whites, Kubilai. Break the ice and swim in lakes. No, hypothermia is a real thing. I think I just take my chances, man. I think Cat Peasant is just back from, I don't know, how far north did you go, Cat Peasant, in your travels? In your sauna travels. Okay, so what should we do with it, with this demo, right? What should we do a demo of? Like, all my demo stuff is so ugly. Yeah, so I don't know if that's like north. What do I know about Finland, right? But was that like north or middle or south, right? Yeah, frostbite's not good, man. That's like your yeah, it's really gross, right? You can get frost. Is it? There's like a stage before frostbite called frost nibble. I'm not making this up, right? And then you get frostbite, and that's when like tissue and stuff dies because there's no circulation, right? Beautiful terminal interfaces. What's this gonna show us? So much awesome, and then there's isn't really a terminal though, right? That's just noisy. Although it kind of looked sort of cool. Maybe we do like a neo fetch thing. Should we do that? Should we do a neo fetch thing? Are you getting a new dog? No, you're gonna have a... Oh, you're waiting for a dog. All right. Make neo fetch in honor of its death. Did it die? Two months. Nice. I just want to make a nice screenshot though, right? What? Terminal UI? That's not in the terminal. Buy Bitcoin. Piss off. All right, airport terminals. The NeoFetch project on GitHub has been archived. Really? Okay, I'm not seeing too much. Maybe we should try something different then. Maybe we should try something different. It just seems like this is what people are flaunting. Yeah, that would have been cool, Dottie. I created a new channel on Discord for where people can post like screenshots and stuff, right? Okay, how are we doing for food? Okay, 13 minutes until Mr. Meat. Let me just go and stir it up a little bit. Okay. 12 minutes. Ooh, okay. For some reason I'm getting really cold. I could be getting sick as well. My kid wasn't feeling super cool the other day. Okay, so how do we draw some interesting user interfaces then? Well, I guess we could make a drawing program to draw interfaces. A tea timer? Yeah, we could do like a fancy timer. Although that seems like it's going to be more thinking than I'm ready to put into it, especially with my current mindset. After I eat some food, maybe things will be okay. I don't think ASP.NET integration is going to do much. I just want to showcase a nice user interface. And a timer would have been kind of cool way to do that. So what do we think? Okay, let's start by being able to draw some nice borders, right? But maybe not. Okay, let's try this. Let's try this for a second, right? So the way I'm thinking that how can we do like a nice board? If we do a border here, it's just gonna draw a border around this thing. But if we change the border to be something like sides top only, and then we put another border in here, which is bottom only, which would be, whoops. Oh, there's a bug and a half, isn't there? All right, should we just fix that now? I remember this now. Yeah, so border bottom is causing. Let's put a background here. And if we change this thing to top, oh. Okay, so it's adding instead of subtracting. Or is it doing neither? Yeah, okay, so all right, so let's fix that first then, right? It's a bug to fix, default. I've seen this in the past, I forgot about it. A graph component? Yeah, I think what we need to do is we need to make use of colors. We need to make some pretty use of colors in all of this. Let's debug this thing, shall we? Okay, so border size is now 0, yeah? Yeah. So this is now 1. So our border size just contains 1 at the top. Excellent. Okay, so we have the border size here. And that's just showing 1. Ooh, oh yeah, there's only one child in there anyway. So what's the... Okay, so width and height is 1. You're right. So border size as size actually is wrong. This is what's incorrect then. So top left and bottom left. 0 and right 2. If top is larger than 0, then 1. Otherwise, 2. Sorry, what? What? So I have no idea about any of that. Okay, there we go, right? Okay, so now we should be able to do away with that. And change this to bottom. And that works. So of course, in reality, in a sensible world, we wouldn't do that. We would do this. All right. Okay, so let's say that we... Oh, that's cool, Sky. I've set up on Discord, by the way. I've set up a channel called Screenshots and Projects. If people want to dump screenshots and projects in there that we can use for showcasing and stuff. Oh, how much longer? 4 minutes until food. Okay. So what was I thinking, right? I was thinking that we could draw the sides, but yeah. I think it's a very cool project, Skylar. I wouldn't say that. I think it's a cool project. This isn't that easy to just draw the sides of the border. So if we're gonna draw the sides now, we would have border sides. And we'd have left here and right here. But then we don't have the corners. So we would have to draw the corners specifically. Although why? Yeah, that's why. So I guess what we could do, or like almost everything is possible to express. It's just a matter of how much pain are you willing to endure to express it. Right? So this is gonna be our corners. Nope, no it isn't. That's a bug somewhere in there. Which one is the bug? That is the bug. Why is that one why is that one not drawing in the right place? Okay. Right. I'm gonna AFK for a minute. Okay. All right, we got some rice and incredibly spicy Mr. Meat. So this is my breakfast or lunch at this point. Does anyone have any thoughts on any idea for what video to make? I just need something, right? That isn't another educational video. Anyone? Any ideas? Anything funny? Anything exciting? Ooh, this thing's gonna be super hot, isn't it? Very warm, not too spicy though. Speedrunning Haskell. Problem is that I don't know how to write Haskell. Wow, yeah, that had some bite. No, that's an educational video. I'm probably never gonna do a deep dive into anathema, because honestly, I don't remember entirely how it all works. And by the time I've understood how my own code works, I would have forgotten where I started. Speedrun learning Haskell to speedrun ALC. No, I don't want to do anything that's language specific. I'm looking for like more esoteric ideas. A Pratt party video would be very short. Oh, damn, who made this food? It probably was me. The rest of my family wouldn't eat this. Which is probably why I found it. I hate TUIs. Actually, that could be kind of fun, but maybe not. Yes. What's the issue with food? It's super spicy. It's like a montage of bottle checker issues. How can you tell, Crispy? How can you tell? Is it because I'm still breathing? There's like bits of it that was quite spicy. I can see your face. Yeah, I'm not sweating out of my eyeballs yet. Rust in a nutshell video. Actually, Skylab, that could be funny, but not the way. Maybe I could do Rust in a nutshell, right? Not enough sweat. Poisoning people with chili. I bought some Polish rice cakes the other day. They're really good. They stay a lot crispier than the Snacker Jacks does. No, I never managed to get the toast scot. I made Mr. Meat. Or reheat Mr. Meat. That was warm to hold. Make a Gunlang video. I'm never gonna live down that project, am I? Well, we've encountered another bug. Actually, not really, but yes, really. Yeah, this is definitely a bug. Okay, well, it is and it isn't. I see the mistake that I made though. You don't really unit test it, Simon. This is just to describe your user interface. So if you try to unit test that, it'll be like asking how do you unit test your HTML, right? It doesn't make sense. Warm. Okay. Alrighty then, that didn't work. Maybe that just needs to be in here then. That's better, but that's still not right. Hmm. Oh, I'm just so incredibly hungry. Now, why is this thing failing? Right. Oh, my head's. I'm just too hungry. I gotta eat. Which is how to choose programming product or application-based products to build. That's hard to answer, Pratik. I mean, hard to build because of why? What's that like the barriers? If we're talking about things can be hard because they are large and complex, but things can also be hard even though they're not large because of because of complexity, I guess, right? So yeah, it depends really on what metric of hard we're looking at, right? That I don't think that will be very interesting. I'm not a competitive person by nature, so I don't find those kind of challenges interesting because they are they're just a demonstration of how you think and work under some circumstances that is not anything like real life. If that made any sense. I will admit, I'll be the first one to admit that I'll probably lose to just about anyone, but that's just because I don't enjoy these things. Now, please keep throwing ideas out there, though, right? I do think that maybe doing Rust in a nutshell could be a funny video. Capitalist construct. Competition is good, but I like my competition to be less time sensitive. This is really good, though. Is that the kind of food that when it sits for a while, it gets better, right? It will not, Caleb. Rusty pears. Oh man, there's a lot of food still left. I will, Cat Peasant. You enjoy yours. Hello. Oh, these little red things are chilies. That's why. They did chipotle chilies. That's why. Okay. That explains why some bites are spicy and others not. You'd probably win, Chris. I think that's a matter of preference, though. Or rather, an individual. If you eat a lot of spicy food, then you could probably drink Tabasco or whatever. But if you don't, it's going to be spicy. No, they are chilies though, crispy. I feel like I'd rather have a conversation with you about that, Dottie, than try to make a video. I think there's so many videos out there explaining lifetimes in Rust that if people struggle with lifetimes in Rust, there might be down to just misconceptions, right? So I'd rather just have a conversation where we talk about it instead. But I can understand what it is about them that you think is difficult. And maybe I think a lot of people have the misconception that if you've done Rust for a long time, you can sort of just glance at a lifetime and you know instantly everything about it. But you can't. Progressively hotter chilies were doing programming. That would be funny if that hadn't been done so many times already. Yeah, so there's a list of common Rust lifetime misconceptions. It's a really good list, and I strongly recommend that everyone reads through it at least once in their life. Let me drop a link in the chat while we're chatting about it. Read through this one. You don't have to read and understand everything, but read through it at least once in your Rust journey. Probably not when you're starting out, though. When you're starting out, you can probably ignore that. But once you feel like you've gotten past the initial hurdles of Rust. No, it wouldn't trip you up in Rust, given that you'd have to specify the lifetime on the signature anyway. Okay. Then I would challenge you, Dottie, that we're gonna start somewhere. So I would like you to create or recreate a situation where lifetimes has come up. And I want you to do this in as small of an example as possible, and we can talk about it and analyze it and poke at it with a stick until I understand what it is that you think is daunting about them. Making a TCP server multi-threaded can be done in... it depends entirely on what it is, though, right? But that can be done in very little time. Question is what it is that you're doing to it. Obviously, you say a simple CLI TCP server, but maybe it is really, right? Well, if you're going for high concurrency, don't reach for using system like native threads. Use something like an async runtime instead for that. Or if you don't want to go into async Rust as it is today, you obviously write your own wrappers around things like epoll and KQ, right? I know I have a spoon in here. I'm not using it. This is the kind of food that makes me happy. This is the kind of food that you eat on a cold day while watching some terrible TV show with a nice drink, and makes you sort of warm and happy. Cat Peasant is currently having lunch, but last I saw him stream, it was about user space networking. How's France currently seen across border? A bit like this. Sometimes like that. No, it's gone all day yesterday, Scott. That was so good. I'm very happy with that. Should we look at this gist? Report abuse. No, that was a joke. What the hell, man? Okay, I thought it just didn't automatically report. All right, so you've been exploring Rust lifetimes and writing notes as you've been doing it, I guess, right? Oh, no. No, there is no way to disable lifetime deletion, but you don't have to, right? Because the moment you have a reference, you just annotate it with a lifetime if you want to do it. But that means that there's nothing that's going to prevent you from doing it, right? It's just going to be super noisy, which is why there are the 4 rules of lifetime deletion, right? Okay, let's talk about this, right? The A lifetime ensures that the return reference will live as long as both input references. It also says that, yes, that is exactly what it says. Let's not get stuck into it. When you store references inside structs, you need to specify lifetime to ensure the references are valid. Yeah. Here, the book struct holds the reference with the same lifetime A, ensuring the reference will be valid as long as the book is used. Lifetime deletion in functions. Yeah, so these are this is not just about functions, is it? Maybe it is about functions. Yes. Yeah, so the 4 rules of lifetime deletions, right? And in this case, this has a static lifetime, which is why it's fine to do this. Lifetime balance in generic types. You can specify lifetimes in generic structs and enums to ensure the references are valid. So this is technically not using the lifetime though, right? So, well, it kind of has to, right? Because of self, but it's not specific. Hang on. That's a question, right? Is this exactly the same as annotating this with a lifetime A? Because no, it isn't. This will possibly have a shorter lifetime than A, because self just is not allowed to outlive the lifetime of A, but it doesn't mean the self will live for as long as A. Yeah, I mean, you can do it, like you can do it, but here's an example. So technically, this function here should have been get with another lifetime then, Crispy. This would have been get with another, hang on. This would have had like maybe lifetime B annotated. Wrapper holds a reference to T. With lifetime of A, ensuring that value is valid as long as wrapper is valid. Yeah. Lifetime annotation in methods. Methods that borrow from the struct field needs lifetime to ensure proper reference handling. Methods that borrow from the structs field needs lifetime to ensure proper reference handling. Yeah. The document struct holds a reference to a string with a lifetime of A, ensuring the content. So this is really good, right? Where are you? It's car. This is a good way of doing it, right? Because you've clearly gone through and written the examples and tried them out. And this is like the important thing. If you were to do this exercise and you only write the text, but you don't write any of the code and run the code, then this is gonna stick a lot less in your head, right? This is generally the gist of lifetimes, and this is why I think it's I think one of the things that people seem to do is believe that lifetime somehow sort of magically makes sense, right? But you can't see a function that takes a lifetime and know anything other than the fact that whatever is associated with this lifetime will outlive the function call, right? There's nothing else to it, right? You don't know anything else, right? 1 second. It's insane walking around this room. It's like all the what do you call them? Like all the lights and everything, all the like the tripods and whatever. It's like traps in here, right? Yeah. I don't think, I think so. His videos are more about showcasing specific things. I don't really have the same interest when it comes to making videos, though, right? But again, please keep adding suggestions, right? I'm just explaining why I don't do certain things, right? There is like there could be, so when you talk about more complex Rust topics as well, what becomes problematic is that the video can't be it can't necessarily be short enough, right? Because you end up with the you end up with a video talking about some specific concept in Rust maybe, but a more advanced topic. And when you have more advanced topics, you need more time to explain, right? And the basics has been explained by everyone and the dog, right? Like you can't just you can't find enough videos on certain topics in Rust, right? It's just like it's an endless stream of the same stuff, right? When I started a series called 300 Seconds of Rust, it wasn't very interesting, and I realized very quickly that I'm not the person to make these videos. There are so many of these videos out there already. I and other people just get stuck in the details, and it's just not good, right? So, but please keep suggesting ideas, right? I really want to come up with something that is good, right? So I don't know where the C stack belongs here. Then, like, why is this thing failing? Right, I need to see what the issue is. So we're gonna disable the old screen so we can see the error message. Okay, so it's a subtract with overflow on a position. If this thing has a C stack, then we should be able to position. But these things would have to be outside. But they can't be. It's still going to be the same thing, right? I don't think it would be, right? Programming AOC. And then you go to videos. And then it's just AOC. Wait, okay, different AOC. Okay, great, thanks. Thanks, politics. All right. It's just AOC. There's no shortage of AOC. Pick AOC, whatever language you want, you'll find AOC videos. I think these aren't interesting. AOC isn't interesting to me. I think conceptually it's interesting, but I never end up doing them anyway. I'd be like, yeah, let's do it this year. And then after like day 5, I'm like, I don't have time anymore. Not many people doing the Rust. Good grief. Good grief, Apollo. AOC and Rust. AOC Rust. AOC Rust. AOC Rust. AOC Rust. AOC Rust. AOC Rust. Oh, it's all TJ. Some other kind of Rust. More TJ. Rust for the impatient. AOC Rust. AOC Rust, AOC Rust, AOC Rust. There is so much AOC Rust. I think you're not gonna be lacking content for AOC Rust. All right, there's just so much of it. There's no AOC 2024. Let's see if anyone's actually made a video. Fuck you, politics. All right. No, there was 3 people turning up there in the videos. There's more people doing it. But again, I don't find that interesting. I find that, I mean, do you really want to watch someone else do AOC? What does that bring you? That doesn't do anything. It's not funny and it's not educational. It's just, here's a problem. Here's a person solving the problem. All right. Yes. How you doing, Binges? Are you salty because you don't control the flow of time? So I think AOC from a content perspective is probably boring. I bet you guys that none of the big content creators are gonna do AOC this year. How is this a subtract with overflow, you ghoul? we're creating the border. We're calculating the border size first. That's not how that works, dead robot. That's not how it works. No, you can make entertaining videos where your aim is to entertain around a topic. That's the next video I want to make. The first video, or the last video I made, was educational. So I want to do an entertaining video, and then I want to go back to doing educational stuff. But maybe I'm just overthinking this thing, right? Maybe I just need to come up with some harebrained idea, some confoundedly stupid thing, and just make a video on that, right? It doesn't have to be anything else. Now we get nothing. Well, that explains why we get nothing. I don't think it's gonna do that on I don't think it's gonna do that in December. Maybe he'll look at one day. I think if he did 24 hours of AOC on stream, it would damage his channel. All right? Because people would be really like, yeah, let's go on like day 1 and day 2. Then once the challenger starts taking time and you're quietly looking at it, trying to figure out the solution, that's not content that anyone want to watch. I think you overthink things beforehand, probably. Lead code content is good to know. Do you guys watch lead? How much lead code content have you guys watched? I guess fun to watch is subjective, but I learn about CS topics through lead code style questions. I'm going to challenge you and say that you haven't. These days, people call themselves programmers, don't even know what a hash table is or why it's better due to its constant time complexity. All right, but all right. Ooh, listen, be careful how you tread now, okay? Because this thing swings both ways, right? Should I use some metric to disqualify you as a programmer? Okay. I'm kidding, of course. I don't care what you do. If you're a programmer, you're a programmer, right? But I don't think this makes sense, right? Why would you know what a hash table is, or the internal workings of hash tables, right? Why would you know anything about this if you don't have to build one, right? There are so many commonplace algorithms out there that people don't know, right? Why would you know binary search if you're not implementing one or have to use one, right? I'm gonna go on a limb and say that watching lead code content has done nothing for your own education, okay? Maybe you looked at some lead code video and then you practice some lead code. But I can guarantee you that you cannot recall a lead code video that you did nothing with other than watch it and can somehow reflect upon that and extrapolate a solution to the aforementioned lead code problem, right? Because that's not how we work. We don't watch a video and then instantly know something, but we're really good at watching a video and pretending that we instantly know something, and we're pretending to ourselves, right? So if you watch 10 videos on lead code, but you write no code, you just watch 10 videos on lead code, the only thing that's happened is that you watch 10 videos of lead code. You have no new programming skill. If you have, it's orthogonal to the problems that you observed. You might have picked up some syntax nugget from watching the lead code, but you're not gonna know anything, right? And I know this because I've done this myself many times, right? I'd be like, all right, let's get into 3D programming then. Let's do it one more time. Let's watch a video on quaternions. And then like, yeah, what he says makes sense. Yeah, this makes sense. Okay, well, that was an hour and a half of video. All right, let's get down to programming. How does this work again? All right. AOC is boring, I agree. Day 1, rusting to madness, a 24-hour marathon. I think 24 hours of Rust would be fun for me, super boring for everyone else. So lead code are these like programming challenges where they take problems that exist in computer programming but not in isolation, and then they present them as like, oh, solve the distance between these 2 points, right, using the Pythagorean nonsense theorem, right? Or if you have blah blah blah, how would you divide this into 3 buckets where you shard them by letter or something like that? It's like, is these simple challenges that people seem to think, sorry, I got a bee in my bonnet about lead code, by the way, but people seem to think that this is somehow qualifying you as a programmer to the degree they're used as filter methods at large companies, where they will just throw a bunch of lead code problems at people to filter out programmers who say they're programmers, but they don't have any algorithmic knowledge, right? So, oh, you don't know what this thing is, so we're not going to bother interviewing you. Even if they would have been the best programmer ever, but this is because large companies, for some reason, gets large quantities of candidates, right? So when you have to deal with 200 candidates for one job position, then you need to filter them out, right? There needs to be a process for doing that. So they just say, okay, we'll do this thing as the barrier of entry, right? And we can get rid of a lot of people who claim to be programmers. But in reality, what you're doing is you're setting up a culture where people are grinding lead code challenges, right? They spend hours, days, months grinding lead code challenges, which has nothing to do with you as a programmer, right? Nothing. You can learn things when you need them, and that's fine, right? I don't know how to implement a hash map from scratch. I think I wouldn't have much of an issue if I had to by looking it up. I certainly wouldn't look up a video on doing it, but if I wanted to, I could figure it out, right? I don't know. I don't remember how to implement a hash map. I haven't implemented a hash map in 1,000 years, right? I watched 10 minutes of lead code streams this year, maybe 15. Yeah, I mean, it's just someone solving programming problems, and it might be fun, but it has nothing to do with you as a programmer, right? It's like saying, it's like, okay, I'm going to learn another language, so I'm just going to sit here and grind verbs, right? I'm just going to grind verbs. I'm not going to speak the language. I'm not going to try to construct sentences. I am just going to grind flashcards and learn these verbs, right? Or nouns, right? Let's just do nouns for forever, right? I'm not going to learn the language in reality. I'm not going to practice the language. I'm not going to interact with people in this language. No, I'm just going to learn nouns. So when I'm done, I'll know 300 nouns in language X, and that's all I know. Vex are better on smaller amounts. Too right, hybrid low. Too right. Personally, I would prefer to watch people build in their own projects. True, but this can also get boring. I mean, you guys are observing 2 years of anathema, right? And honestly, I'm fed up with it. You are fed up with it, right? Everyone's fed up with this, okay? I'm trying to make something interesting by actually building something with it, but I just run into problems that I have to fix, right? They don't know opcodes, yeah. If you're after content that others may not have done, not so much, embedded Rust might be good, something I want to take a look at soon. Yeah, but then we end up in the world of educational content again, right? It is cool though, Dottie, and if I had the skill set, I probably would dive into it, but I don't. I like to watch 24-hour Rust video, gives me more content to watch. This is true, but is it going to be interesting, right? If I went to bed, woke up tomorrow and said, we're doing a 24-hour stream of Rust, how much of that do you think you would actually watch? You would maybe hang out the first few hours. And then as I started to space out, you would start to space out, right? It is what they use in crappy job interviews. I don't know what other solution there are for them to get rid of the crap, or I say the crap, which is a little bit callous, maybe a little bit cruel. But honestly, I'd say that anyone has the right to apply for any job, but when you're applying for a job and you don't know anything about the language, then I just feel like you're wasting mine and yours time, right? Lead code reminds me of my time in college when I helped others solve problems and learn new approaches. Reviewing other people's lead code solution could be the introvert solution. Well, then you have to do something with the code, right? The name lead code is a personal ick for me. I'm not lead. I want to make solutions. Yeah, it is a little bit it's a little bit on the nose, isn't it, right? Benefits for me with video tutorials is knowing what's new or available for a subject I know little about, nothing else. Videos does a really good job at showing you what to expect, right? Specifically, if you take things like graphics programming, right? So if you're just reading through a post about graphics programming, and they're talking about how to animate something using an S-curve animation, right? It's really hard for you to see that in a post, right? That is such a hand-wavy statement. Can you actually back this up with something? By the way, Apollo, I'm not out to get you or anything. I hope you don't feel that way. No, see, I don't think you can back this up, right? If you're working on a large database or large data sets, a hash table will surely come up. It's night and day difference when it comes to fast access, insertion, deletion environments. No, if you're working on a database or large data set, why would you go for a hash map? Why is a hash map the go-to solution then? I watched another 2 years of anathema. I'm gonna spare you from that. Do you know how to implement? Is this a hash map in German? Schlossel. Come on. Instead, let's jump over to some gaming after 12 hours. We could do that though. I watched. Wait, where did you go? Damn it! Damn you, scrolling things. I watched 10 videos of eat code. Did you have some good food? Cat pass once again. No, that's fair enough, Kato, but I think you're an outlier then. And that is in a good way. Learning Helix key bindings is so much fun. So I think it's I honestly, okay, I mean, maybe I shouldn't care. Maybe I shouldn't care, right? First rule implementing a data structure is to look whether someone else did it. This 100 times this, right? If you start implementing algorithms and data structures that already exist, chances are, unless you're doing it just to understand it, that you're going to make a worse version and make someone else pay for it, right? That's generally how it is, right? Gotta found the pellets. That's true. That's true. Okay. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to sound salty. I'm just a bitter old man. Should we do something about these lights? No, enough farting around with the lights, right? Shut up, man. Anyway, yeah. No, I think, yeah. Yeah. So why would you know how to implement a B+ tree if you're never gonna use it, right? And I'm not saying that to you specifically, I'm saying that in general, right? What is the value in this thing? Unless you specifically want to learn about it, right? Me too, Londo. Although I never understood the last part of this phrase, wake up dead. How do you wake up today? Dead? Okay. So yeah, no, I think, but young people love to work in these absolute young people and Diablo D3, okay, loves to work with these absolute statements, right? Like these odd random qualifiers that they have positioned themselves within, right? It's like you get into running and you start doing 10Ks. And then once you manage to do 10K in a given amount of time, then you start saying things like, oh, people who can't do 10K in my given time plus 10 minutes or whatever, they are not even runners, right? And it's just, oh no. Don't reason like that. What are you doing, right? What's the goal of that? Right? It's odd reasoning. It's like, I mean, it's a self-congratulatory reasoning. That's what it is. Anyway, where's my bloody plus signs? How does this even work? Who wrote this thing? Whoever wrote this is not a programmer and needs to be instantly punished. Nah, we didn't, Hybrid Low. I just take things that people say, Hybrid, and then I blow them out of proportion and make content out of it. That's not, so should I pick something that you don't know and say that you're not a programmer because you don't know it? All right? Do you think that's how we qualify things? All right? But like I said, I just take things people say and then I just blow them out of proportion, right? It's all hyperbole, grandstanding, gatekeeping, and whatever else that people want, right? This is all it is. It's not really, I don't really care about it, right? It's all good. But that's obviously very, what's it called? Subjective. Why are you talking about horses, right? Comparing literal run times isn't fair, but running can still get you somewhere. Like these analogies are all terrible, Apollo. There's not your apologies. Your name is Apollo. Your metaphors are not any better than my metaphors. They're equally terrible, right? But I just acknowledge the fact that we can't really just make something up and then qualify something, right? And but I'm still waiting for you to back up this statement, okay, Apollo? This is what I want to see you back up, right? Rust is way behind and not gonna catch up anytime soon. Way behind by what metric? It's way more modern than C or C++, right? It has a stronger type system than C. So how is it way behind? Wouldn't that put it ahead of the curve? Oh, yeah. Also, this is not a serious conversation. If you don't want to have this conversation, you don't have to, okay? I'm not that invested in it, right? Again, we're making content here. All right. So for some reason, this thing is not doing what I was kind of hoping that it would do. These two work, but for some reason, the bottom ones don't work. Yeah, it's just going to place it. So we can't see it because it's going to place it in the top left corner. Even though we're saying you should be this close to the bottom of the container. So that means that the C stack has not... Can we even put a background on this thing, right? We can. And that clearly should work then. Damn. Damn. Oh, an old school flight simulator. That would be funny. You would have to deep dive into the embedded industry to find the answer. I can't answer in a short message. It's the industry as a whole. Oh, so you have like many years of experience working in the industry then, right? It's the industry as a whole who have relied on C, C++ for decades and have no interest in changing. So who told you that? Where do you get that information from? And the amount of hardware that supports those languages are monumentally greater. For starters, I would much rather use Rust, but fighting the current. So obviously, full disclosure, I agree with you, right? I agree with you. We're just making conversation though, right? The amount of hardware support those languages are greater for starters. C is way more portable than Rust. That is definitely the case and will be the case for a while longer, right? Lead code with extra steps. What? So no, okay, I'm joshing you, Apollo. Obviously, I know that you're still in school, which is why I said that, right? So the industry as a whole has relied on C and C++ for decades, absolutely, because we haven't had Rust, right? has no interest in changing. This is clearly not true because there are lots of work being done in the embedded space with Rust. There's also jobs working with embedded Rust in Germany in the auto industry. The amount of hardware that supports those languages are monumentally greater. So there is definitely greater support for that hardware in C than there is. But Rust has a pretty... There are... I wonder what the available hardware for Rust now... Because it's the STM32 is obviously the go-to one, right? But again, this really isn't my feed, though, right? So I'm just making half of this shit up, just so you know, right? No, you don't have to, Apollo, right? You don't have to. I can't stress this enough. This is not really a conversation where you have to defend anything or we have to get into details, right? This is just me taking what you're saying and then making content out of it, right? I'm just being a dick, all right? On purpose. To some people, it just comes naturally. More importantly, why are these not changing, right? Why are these... Wait, you... What? But this isn't right. We don't have string escaping in anathema. What the ship? What? What? What is this? I'm pretty sure we don't have string escaping. If we do, it's clearly wrong. But okay, whatever. Let's just put a pound in the corner. Indeed, I bet. All right. So why is this thing positioning itself incorrectly? Do we have to put the C stack inside here? No, because obviously it stops being a V stack then. I honestly, I don't get it, man. Why are these not working? So we make these children of the V stack and they do nothing. Yeah, I know people who do this and I don't particularly find the videos interesting. And it doesn't take long until you start realizing that these people aren't that interesting. They will just push controversial comments and be like, yeah, you know. So it's like this. It's like the whole thing could be summed up into like a YouTube comment section. You have a topic and you have like 11 people commenting. 10 people being like, yeah, great video. And then 11th person being like, just to stand out a bit different. This video is shit. You clearly don't understand some kind of arbitrary, unrelated topic, whatever. And they only do it because they want to stand out, right? And I think videos that do the same thing, they are just a strain on your eyeballs from rolling too much, right? Code aesthetic video? I haven't even seen this. Could you link to this? Now I want to see this. And I gotta figure out why I'm so... First of all, I thought eating food was gonna get me back on track, but it didn't. Alright, so what's the controversial thing here that I'm looking for? I mean, maybe that's gonna be apparent from just looking at it. They're functional bros, dependency injection. They're all polarizing. Premature optimization. Well, here's a great one that you can't really speak much about, can you? All right. I was gonna say this is not polarizing, but yeah. Qué dramático, ¿no? Joder, qué fuerte. All right. Okay, I agree with this. I made a video that I never released that didn't go straight too far from this. Yeah, I want to see. There is one that is don't write comments. Oh, I see. Never nest code. Oh, right. These kind of absolutes. Let's look at that instead. Right? Don't write comments. Okay. Let. Oh well, then I'm done already. I mean, okay, yeah. Obviously, you shouldn't do this, okay? It's an ode to aesthetics. Okay, so but I've already figured. I've never seen this before. I've already figured out what this spiel is, right? It's making these absolute statements, but then showing off a case of when you shouldn't write comments, right? So yeah, use a constant, use an enum instead of right, but that's not really saying don't write comments. It's more like saying don't use magic numbers. It's like day one, you learn what a variable is. Day two, you told don't use magic numbers, right? And day three, you understand why. Okay, but what if you can't? Oh, yes, you can simplify it because this is the code that you wrote for this video. Man, is it just me that gets annoyed by this? Like, where's the rest of the code, man? Oh. Don't write comments. That's a pretty absolute statement, right? Okay. Yeah, that's exactly it though, right? I don't think there's anything controversial about this. I think this is just someone who knows how YouTube works, right? Well, I mean, that's why we have license files, so you don't have to deal with that. But yeah. And this is why I've wrote scam it, by the way. So we don't have like a partial bit of code on the screen and then we animate in the code. Yeah. Okay. I don't think that there's any I don't think there's anything controversial about this. I think the title is controversial, and this is what leads to people commenting because they for some reason managed to muster up enough energy to think that anyone cares what they think. Okay. Wow, that's a very jaded perspective. Okay. Let me just finish being jaded and whatever else. Okay. So making these kind of statements you're gonna make every sweaty nerd go wild, okay? They're gonna be like, well, actually, and right? And then enter it into the comment section. Oh my god, nobody cares. No one's gonna read these comments. No one cares. No one cares what BC Pineheart thinks, okay? No one cares about this. Another reason for writing comments, which one absolutely should do, is for adding citations. If you are implementing, nobody cares. No one cares. Get on with it, okay? Obviously, if you guys comment on my YouTube videos, I do care. So please comment, like, and subscribe. I actually reply to every single comment on my videos. Who's there? Oh, hello, Crutchcorn. How you going? I was waiting for the knock-knock joke. Hello, Crutchcorn. How you doing? Okay. I think there should be a comment here saying, dear owner of the message you've just received, we hope that you like this message and you take care of it. Please be kind and remember to free the memory when you're done with it and clean up, because no one likes some messy Nelly. Oh, damn it. All right, let's just time you out for a second then. Let's just time you out for a second for being so... Ah, shit, I forgot. That's not how you time people out. A comment doesn't do that, you know, because no one cares. I mean, okay, you know what? While we're on this topic, I don't particularly love this this way of creating content. You're basically just coming up with an inflammatory thing to say just so you can get a bunch of comments. So you can get a bunch of people commenting on your video and then no one cares about. How many of these comments are actually being replied to? Holy shit. Okay, I should stand corrected. But let's go down a little bit. Okay, people are genuinely replying to these comments. Maybe I need to sort this out. So this is where you take things too literal, right? Oh my god. Anyway, all right. Okay, clearly I am wrong. Look at this. Look how many people are engaging with these comments. And now we're getting into the I don't care who you are or what you're saying type of things, right? This is really a lot of community engagements. Right? I think all right, you know what? I'm wrong, okay? I'm wrong. Clearly, this is how you do it. Holy, all right, what's the most confounded thing that we can come up with then, right? Lots of use and comments by making bait. Yeah, but the thing is, I would never care about, I don't care about any of these people, what they write or what their opinion is, right? I very rarely look at someone's YouTube video and then I go, I can't wait to see what they say in the comment section, right? I got like 2 brain cells left and they would die from starvation if I go there, right? So this is very, but apparently it works. All right, so I guess we're just going to have to whore ourselves out a little bit. Comments get bugs. Well, that's what I'm thinking as well. But maybe that's why I have maybe that's why I have 500 subscribers and this guy's got 385,000 subscribers then. You get your hourly dose of confirmation bias. This happens, Scott. Very good. 5 things you're doing wrong. Yeah, maybe my first video or my first esoteric video should be, you think you know how to program Rust, but you don't. You got skill issues, son. And then we throw some things in there that can be construed as even worse, and we just see the comments rain in, right? Better code is better documentation. I mean, he's not wrong, right? It's just baity title and lots of community engagement, right? So yeah, I mean, yeah. More meeting. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, we're writing anathema in Java. There's too many of those. I don't click those videos, but everyone else does. Wait, what's this video actually about? It's a video by Amir Khan where he's doing this journey with like his friends from university, and he's like this inventor, and it's a lot of singing and dancing. No, wait, that was another movie. But don't insult them and tell them they have skill issue. That will drive viewers away. Apparently not, Skylar. I feel like this feeds people who talk about more writing code than actually doing code. Maybe. With a name like that, I thought you'd get the reference, simp. I think, yeah, no, but the thing, it's not in my nature, right? Telling that has skill issue will drive engagement, yeah. But this is the problem, though. Then we keep feeding the incorrectness machine, right? We keep feeding this. We keep feeding this thing full of like weird misinformation, right? It just becomes, we're literally destroying the future of programmers by doing this. Like, because young programmers, they will start talking in these dumbass absolutes as well, right? No, but that's the only way we're going to get views and clicks, right? By saying these completely dumb things, right? They already do, yeah. And 90% of the time, you don't know how to code Rust skillish, you will be correct. Well, you're not representative of all programmers, Skylar, unless you know something I don't, right? Thank you, CrutchCon. Thank you so much. Absolutes are bad, and that's an absolute. Skylar, I would even position you quite far away from the average programmer. I think you... you're very young and you're very good. We've had another person like that in this community, Trolled Woods, who was, well, probably still is compared to me, very young and very knowledgeable, very skilled. But Trolled Woods nor you are representative of your average programmer. What's young? You're not allowed to own a credit card. Less than 100. So when you know people, when you see people who very quickly grasp things, you can tell that they have an above average intelligence. And for fuck's sake, all right, we're done with this video. So it's a matter of grasping things, right? Wait, oh, you say that, but I'm guessing this is your... Weren't you allowed to have a credit card when you lived abroad? Yeah. Anyway. I find there's a lot of script kids have followed the day in the life of 10x Fang hype. But this is a picture that we've been painted, and I don't think this is far from the truth, right? I think so let me get you guys into the same setting where I'm at now, right? So during my years of streaming, I get people in here who are new to programming and they want to know about programming, right? What are the most common things we see? How do I start programming? Are design patterns bad, right? And when it comes to these questions like, are design patterns bad, right? Where do you get this, okay? Because you're so inexperienced that you do not have the personal experience to make that statement. So where do you get that design patterns are bad? I bet you that we can find oodles of videos saying that design patterns are bad. All right, I bet we can find loads of videos saying this. All right. Or someone really excited about the strategy pattern. All right, of course we're not going to find anything about design patterns being bad now, but suing basics, right? Programming. You know what? We find nothing about... Okay, why are design patterns bad? Can we not find anything about this? I feel like this is one of the most fundamental things that people like to say when it comes to design patterns. And now I find nothing. All right. Fair enough. Well, I mean, it depends on what we qualify as a beginner, right? But since there are so many absolutes out there, all right. So let me just talk about what we've been through the years on this stream, though, right? Design patterns are bad. Go-tos are bad. What else do we have? I have one blessed instance of someone indirectly, right? This wasn't someone saying this on stream. This was something that was told. This is what someone was told. Don't use else statements, okay? that one thing was particularly good, right? Yeah, I think you're right there, Rebel. I think you're right there. Like I said this morning, I watched some hot takes on a game called Dustborn this morning, and now all my video recommendations are how toxic and terrible the woke community is, and how the non-woke community is celebrating the defeat of these products or whatever. And I don't care either way. Early return tend to be the alternative. You've heard the else statement, but so you can do either way, right? But herein lies the rub. When we talk about things in terms of absolutes, which is what we do when we make titles like "Don't write C, write Rust," or "C is destroying the world, write Rust," or "All you need is JavaScript." Right? It's just we're literally throwing this out there to people whose attention span is already completely from a decade of YouTube, right? And so we're just salting the earth here with this stuff. And then they grow up watching this stuff and they be like, no, I'm the senior programmer now, because they become the senior programmer one day because the other dinosaurs have died out, right? So they're like, all right, fine. Now I'm the senior. So the next dude who joins, the junior programmer, they write an else statement, and the senior programmer goes like, what the f are you doing, man? I gotta go full gold on you now, right? What have you done? You used an else statement. Don't use else statements, right? Don't you know anything about branching? Are you a f***ing idiot, right? And that young person's gonna be like, okay, I love working here. I better go and watch some YouTube videos, right? And like we're propagating this information as some kind of like prose or like religion, right? We're like, oh no, like don't know why, right? Because at some point, some guy looked at the assembly instruction and go like, hang on, we got like a lot of branching stuff here. Like if we got rid of this else statement, oh look at this Kenneth. We managed to get rid of like 2 cycles, right? By getting rid of this if statement, it's amazing, right? And Kenneth's like, oh my god, that's revolutionary, right? Let's use this because we got like we're running at 5 hertz. We gotta get rid of cycles, right? It's just so weird, all right? We're building this up, and like the entire programming. Maybe that's what we should do. Programming like a YouTuber. Fuck me. Excuse me for cursing there, but I think that could be a video, right? Programming like YouTube videos tells us to program, but then I can't make that without referring to a bunch of other videos, and then we're kind of voiding the original content flag that I tried to enable. Clip the last 20 minutes. Oh god, no. YouTubers don't program. They only teach others how to program with a Python masterclass. Well, they don't. I do think they program. I mean, come on. I programmed once. There are some really good programmers out there who make YouTube content, okay? There are some really good programmers out there that makes YouTube content. And what you will have to figure out what that means, right? I am, of course, talking about Skylar. All right. Anyway, I joke. Read articles and act outraged. Well, I do that from time to time. Anyway, yeah, I think that might be the case. That would have been a good video, but it requires using other people's content. So if we were to program like YouTube, this is what we do. Program like YouTube video titles tells us to program, okay? Forget the video. We just look at the titles and that's how we write code. That could be a video in itself. It would be ridiculous and funny and you should not take it seriously. Use ChatGPT to write the titles. No, the title writes itself, right? The title will be very short. It will be program, but like not sort of like a programmer, yeah. More like a video titles, yeah, like from the YouTubes, yeah. And like we just look at the titles and we write only code like sort of the titles, okay? That's a title. It writes itself. There we go, right? So should we find some that's the title. Yeah. Max length exceeded. Okay. I think I know what I'll make my next video on then. Okay, let me write this down in my brain space. Okay, one day we'll get there. All right, video ID. There you go. We'll include Twitter in this. So we only write code like YouTube video titles and tweets are telling us, all right? That will be good. That will surely be good. Okay, right. Back into this thing, right? So why is this thing not drawing the characters where I expect them to draw them, right? So to find out, we need to go over to the position to find out what we actually have here when it comes to placement. This means that we need to know some kind of internal size. Right, so we do look at that. Interesting. Yeah, but I think that would be funny, right? I don't think that adds to it. I think that, if anything, detracts from the brain rot. I think if we actually make a video showing what it would be like if you try to program like YouTube titles and tweets tell you to, I think that would probably be entertaining with the intention of actually saying to people that, telling people to actually pay attention, right? So I think we're doing the opposite. I don't think a video like that necessarily will do well, but I think it would be funny, right? And honestly, my videos kind of have to do well, but fuck it. Not every video, right? Not everything has to be a masterpiece. Okay? Well, I mean, I haven't even done one masterpiece, but I did pay attention to it, and I am concerned. But I think this video would just be fun to make. I'm gonna think on this for a while. It's not gonna blow up. And I don't even know how I'm gonna present this, but we'll see. Okay, so according to this thing, we are going to iterate through all the children. We're gonna have an inner size here. Where does the inner size come from? Okay, it's not. Oh no, it's the context. Oh my god, okay. No, I don't think that's possible, Skylar. Oh shit, I'm tired. Oh man, this whole thing just made me exhausted. Why you should never not write code? Oh. There's a YouTube channel out there that does exactly that? Okay, well then I don't want to do it. Maybe that's true, Apollo, right? I mean, like, if you guys are familiar with music at all from before the millennium shift, right? Iron Man by Black Sabbath is not a particularly riveting song, is it? Smoke on the Water, like the song that everyone knows how to play on guitar, right? It's not a particularly riveting piece of work, right? Oh, Christopher, I agree with you, but what does that look like, right? Like, what project? Do you have like a project in mind? What isn't? I don't even know how to qualify intermediate stuff, right? Because everything is so vague, right? It's hard to say. This is most likely because of polish, all right? So building a concept does not have to take a long time. Building a concept can be very quick, but polish, that's what takes time. Yeah, I think like Smoke on the Water was also a similar case, Scott, where it was just something slapped together last minute. There's so many of these already. I think we can literally find them on crates, right? YouTube TUI written in Rust. Let's have a look. Why is the Linux kernel mailing list on here? What a particular screenshot. Why is this on top of this? I don't understand. It's just the screenshot makes no sense. I didn't even know what I'm looking at. I mean, this is clearly the application, but it's behind this someone showing that they're reading the Linux kernel mailing list, right? There are so many of these YouTube downloaders, right? You can't do this, Christopher, right? Instead of me clarifying what I'm saying, I'm just going to say you can't do this. You can't structure programs in a good way. So how you structure your code and organize your files is something that kind of grows organically from the program you're building. A website is not structured the same as a game. An operating system is not structured the same as a web browser, right? A small CLI is not structured the same way as some other large and awkward application, right? So it doesn't work to try to qualify these things, which is why books on software engineering that talks about structure and architecture are either very hand-wavy, loosey-goosey, or makes no sense at all. Rabbit hole alarm. No, we want rabbit holes, okay? I'm a little bit half brain fried at this point. I instantly forgot everything I just said, Christopher, as I had said them. So I have no idea what you mean. Sorry. Happy 1st of September. So I think if we were to really talk about this, but I never feel like making a video on this topic makes sense. Hang on. We're gonna get to it, Christopher, okay? I'm gonna hang on to you for a second here, okay? What was I gonna say now? Squirrel brain, come on. Okay, so here we go, right? Making a video about software architecture doesn't make sense other than to say, and it will be a very short video, okay? The reason people's architecture sucks. I hate talking in absolutes. I don't know if I could ever get myself to do this, because what I'm about to say, everything is so subjective. Like, if you are even remotely good at programming, you know that every answer to every question in programming is, it depends. All right? That's the only answer that you can ever give someone. Should I use GoTo? And it depends. Should I use dependency injection? It depends. Should I use design patterns? It depends, okay? Well, there is no answer. There is no yes or no answer to that question, to any of these questions, right? So here it is. Here's my hot take on why people's software architecture sucks. And it's this. They don't go back and fix the problem, right? And what do I mean by that? You start building a project, and now you end up in a position where you have friction with your code. You're trying to add another module or whatever, and the dependency management won't let you. You have circular dependencies. If you write in Python, then you can just import your bullshit as a string and don't worry about it. But if you're writing any other language, right, where you can't have circular dependencies, for instance, instead of going back and refactoring your entire project to cater for this thing, because you're trying to build on the foundation that it's proven to be wrong, instead of fixing this mistake, people come up with really terrible hacks to get it to work again. They just don't go back and unravel all the code and put it back together again. But that's the only thing you can do, right? Unless you're building something that you have built 100 times before, so you know which architecture works for this particular problem in this particular domain, right? Then you have to go back and unravel your entire code base and put it back together again, right? It's like you're building, you're finishing some kind of machine, and you're gonna put some of the last parts in, but they don't fit. And you got this finely crafted machine, but instead of like taking things apart, getting new components, and putting it back together again the way it should be, you start duct taping shit and gluing stuff left, right, and center. And the moment you do that, it starts to fall apart. The moment you start just adding a little bit of shit in there, it starts to fall apart. And this is the only thing that I can say that you can do when it comes to software architecture as any kind of absolute in there. The only thing you can and should do if you don't know how to structure your application, build it. Don't try to structure it beforehand, right? Because you've seen this, right? Make a new directory, make 30 directories inside that directory, put 50 like little stump files in there and like with like placeholder stuff and like, oh, I'm designing my project like this and I'm drawing it up like this. Amazing, right? But in reality, you have no idea, right? You have no idea what you're doing. You're just adding things that logically make sense because it's windy outside and it's Friday, right? That's the reasoning. It's just hard work that people don't want to do. It's hard work that it's the equivalent of, all right, we've almost finished this thing, but you forgot this one thing in the corner. Now we have to unpack the whole thing to go and get it and put it back together again. And people go like, oh, I don't wanna. Can't we just glue it on there? Yeah, I mean, you could, but okay, let's do it. Bye. All right. So let's talk about intermediate videos that does not solve just simple problems. Like, what would that be, right? What would that kind of look like? Like, I need some kind of topic or something that we can qualify as intermediate. A project you can do in 24 hours. That could be the foundation of a lot of things, but I think that we're still just gonna touch on basics, right? I don't even know what we qualify as intermediate. As a matter of fact, what is an intermediate programmer these days? The only reason I know about beginner programmers is because they turn up and ask questions, right? That's my glimpse into. I haven't been a beginner programmer since Jesus walked the earth, right? Like 12 weeks ago. Oh man, this was such a thing, okay? Oh. This was another favorite in the world of absolutes. Either you do test-driven development or you don't. And it's like, but what about no? Either you have to commit to it or you don't write any test at all, okay? If I had any kind of memory in my brain, I could have done a video talking about what it's like to build and finish a project. But this thing has been in production, sorry, under construction, very different, for the better part of a couple of years, right? If we include the previous versions of this thing, the previous incarnations of this thing, then like I had the first idea in 2017. I didn't do a lot with it. And then the last published release of something was like 2 years ago or whatever. And now we're almost there again. We're almost back to where we left off now. We made strides. Software becomes complex. There's no way you're going to get around it. Software becomes complicated. And as it does, you even forget how your own software works, right? Here's the thing I'm not sure about. How do I probably write a program that uses a database, not connect, send queries, not connect, send query? I'm thinking about how to initialize it properly at the first run of the program, where the database should be verified each time the program starts. Should I try to initialize it very time? It's a very specific, there's a very set of specifics here, right? So there is generalizations around that can be made around what you're saying, right? Okay, so let's do this. All right, I'm gonna just talk with you now, Christopher. I'm gonna ignore everyone else in the chat for a second or two. If you think about this, Christopher. All right, here I will share with you one of the most fundamental strategies for problem solving that works in and out of programming. And it is this: break everything down with questions, okay? So if we take this, for example, we're gonna start writing now a little bit, right? Where am I? Okay. There we go. Okay, let's unpack this. Why is it doing that, right? How do I probably write a program that uses a database? I'm thinking about how to initialize it properly at the first run of the program, whether the database should be verified each time the program starts. Should I try to initialize it every time the program starts? Okay, so in here, we actually already have the foundation for answering your questions, right? Okay, first of all, when you say initialize it properly at the first run of the program, are you talking about using an existing database or creating a new database that is empty, right? So in this example, are we working with an empty database that we can wipe for each run? Or do we have an existing database alongside migrations, etc., right? Okay, so creating a new database, all right? So this is a question. Okay, the answer is new database from scratch every time, right? So creating a new a new database that is initialized with some data. I am guessing. Okay, my next question: should this data be wiped between program runs, right, or program executions? All right, I'm guessing the answer is no. That we don't want to wipe it. Not wiped. Okay, no is the answer. Okay, cool. So how to initialize it properly the first run of the program? Verify each time program starts, or every time. Okay, so then we got past some of these things, right? How to initialize properly. Okay, so what does it mean to initialize the database? Okay. what is it that we do when we initialize this thing, right? Do we get content from somewhere that we load into the database? Do we have like flat files with this data? Do we have like a JSON dump, or do we pull the data from some service online somewhere? This is how we're going to solve all these problems. Create tables and maybe fill it with some default data. Let's say the program should be able to recover with default data if the user deletes the database. Okay, well, so then we have to initialize data. So we want to add load default data if the database is empty. Okay, otherwise use existing data. Okay, this is basically what I do with clients sometimes, right? I sit down and I have these conversations with them to understand what they really want and what they really need, right? Okay, so we kind of got the answer to this thing, right? Or we've sort of unpacked this thing and put it together as a series of questions, right? So now we know that our program should, I'm not going to start writing user stories now, but it should initially be able to init a database with some default. Should be fine to wipe the database. We don't have to say retain data between the runs, right? Okay, so in this case, really what we need to do is we need to do this then, right? We need to check if the database exists, if it's empty, and if it is empty, we initialize it, right? Now, how we do that is obviously going to be depending on depending on the program, right? So the first thing is, since you mentioned SQLite, we just check if the file exists or not, right? If we can't open the database, then proceed to do like a start program could be written down as OpenDB, right? And if it's no, then what we do is gonna be init. Yes, then run. Okay. I gotta move that key again. I think I'm just saying it's just saying BS now when I'm typing. Right. I mean, this is the rough structure of the startup process of this program, right? This looks very simplistic now. So we've taken all of this, had a conversation, and this is what we're left with, right? There isn't really anything about how we structure the program. We could write this in pseudocode if we wanted to, right? So database is equal to OpenDB. If not database, then database is equal to initDB, and then run with DB, right? What if the database exists but it's corrupted in a way? Okay, right. Then we get here, right? What if the database exists but is corrupted? Okay, then my question to you is, what should we do if the database is corrupted? Should we wipe it? Should we try to restore it? What should we do? What do you think that we should do in this case, Chris? Right? We're having a meeting now, and the client says to us, okay, but what if the database exists but it gets corrupted somehow, and then you and I, we're gonna build this thing, right? So we have to figure out, okay, but what is acceptable for us to do? And the reason I mention client here is because it's not just about solving it, right? In an ideal world, the database could be uncorrupted. And then even ideal world, the corruption can never happen in the first place, right? But we don't have that level of control of the universe, right? I mean, I'm trying to, but it doesn't work, right? I mean, universe, stop shitting on the stuff. And the universe, like, whatever, dude. So what should we do if the database is corrupted, right? Should we wipe it? Can we? Is it sensible for us to wipe the database and reset the database, right? Okay, so should we say that we reset the DB? Okay, focus on preserving data recovery. Maybe some tables has been deleted for some reason. Well, then the data is invalid, isn't it? The integrity is gone. So is the data ephemeral? Or, sorry, the wrong word. Is the data not important? Okay? Is it like is it okay to have corrupt data and restore some of the data, right? If it's what it's hard to say because I don't know the nature of the data. So in my immediate thought is if the data integrity has been compromised, then the data is invalid. But maybe it isn't, right? Hello, Lace. How you doing? Maybe this is like maybe this is just like visitor stats of a website over the course of a week. And if we lose 30% of the visitors, we can still get a rough idea for at least how many visitors we had. So the data integrity isn't as important because it's just giving us an idea whether or not something may or may not be true. Think of the database as a collection of metadata of a file system, for instance, and then some metadata are corrupted. I don't want to lose everything. Okay, so in this case, then my next question is, before we can answer this question, in case of data corruption, is it possible to restore the data through some means, all right? So let's say that the data has been gathered from the file system through some kind of process. Can we rerun this process to regather the data? But then we should probably just reset the database anyway, because you don't know what is corrupt, right? The moment you have corruption, the data becomes meaningless. Okay, so if the answer is no, then okay, so maybe what if the DB but is corrupted? Then we will do this, okay? Our process will be this, okay? We will restore what is possible to restore. Okay, so my next question is, what do we do once we have restored the data? Okay, so what do we do with this thing, right? What do we do when we restored some of the corrupted data, right? So we add like a corruption check here, okay? And then if the answer is yes, all right. If it's no, then we're gonna add the run part. So before we get there, then we go, is this corrupted? No. Then we just go over to, actually, this is gonna be yes. And then here we would have the corruption check, and then we would have run, right? If we follow in this thing, right? The user must be informed that some data was corrupted, probably. Okay. So if we restore some of the data, all right? It doesn't really matter what corruption means in this case, right? Should the corruption check be run every time we try to create a database, for instance? Yes, but that would be okay. Well, let's add that, right? Should corruption checks be done every time the application starts? Okay. We're going to answer these questions as well. Okay, so what do we do once we restore the data? Notify the user that some data corruption occurred, right? The irony when you can't spell, right? Sorry, England. Really? There we go. Okay, cool. Okay, so we've answered almost all questions, right? So should corruption checks be done every time the application starts? Okay. How can we answer the question? Well, we need to know about the corruption check, okay? So before we answer this question, my next question is it expensive to run the corruption check, right? All right. All right, and then you have to answer this question, Christopher. Is it expensive to run the corruption check? Expensive when the database has become large. Okay. Will the database become large? Right? Will the database become large? Most likely. Yes. Okay. So, yes, when the eventually. Okay. So we know that eventually it will become expensive to run the corruption check. Okay. So then the question is, can we make the corruption check fast? Right? If we say no here for now, right? If we say no here for now, we can come back to this question now. Should the corruption check be done every time the application starts? No, because it will be slow. Okay. How and when? All right, let's start with when should we do corruption checks? I mean, you don't really need me for this, Chris, right? You can see how this thing is growing, right? You just have to keep asking these questions and answer the questions until you have these tiny atoms that are questions and answers. And then you'll have the answer to all your questions in here, right? So the initial question was, how do I write a program that uses a database? Okay. Wow, we have come very far from this very vague question, right? We are in the detail at this point, right? Well, not really at the implementation detail, but still, right? How to initialize it properly at the first run of the program, where the database should be verified each time the program starts. Okay, you asked, should the data be verified each time the program starts? Okay, well, you said that we can't because it would be expensive, all right? So you have to figure out, when should we do corruption checks? Maybe we can schedule corruption checks. Maybe when the computer has been idle for some time, or the program has been idle for some time, we calculate the hash and maybe we take a snapshot of the database, right? We can calculate a hash of the database and store the hash somewhere. It is Twitch TD. It's not answering a question per se. It's about how do we build software, right? And rather than just talking about how do we build software, how do we solve problems in general, right? Is we break it down into questions, right? Backups should be a feature. Okay, so maybe therein lies your answer then, Christopher, right? You take a snapshot, you calculate the hash of the snapshot. If you have corrupted data, you just restore the last snapshot. Does that sound like a viable strategy to you? So every n time unit, you produce a snapshot with a hash. When you start the application, you just look at the hash. Actually, you could organize your data so you only have to look at the hash of the old database. Well, no, then we're doing something else actually. But the long and short of it is this makes sense, right? This is all you have to do, Christopher. You just have to break it down to the smallest questions that you can answer. So you're not really trying to answer this entire question because the question is too broad and too vague. Instead, you have to break it down into smaller questions, smaller atoms that you can answer, right? And you end up with something that eventually becomes your application, right? Or it becomes the skeleton of your application. Now, you could try to design this before you implement all the code, but yeah. All right, but then you can take it from here, Christopher. You write this down and then do this, okay? Continue to do this until you have the answers, right? You might come to a conclusion that it's not possible to do this with a database that you think about, right? Maybe, and of course, this comes from experience. And experience cannot be taught from another person. It can only be taught to you, by you, from doing the things you do. I feel like we should have a theme song to that comment. But maybe what you need is a different kind of database, right? An append, what are they called? Append-only database. You know, transaction logs and all that jazz, right? Hello, Freshie, how you doing? How's the programming coming along? Where are you at in your journey now, Freshie? I think it's like a write-ahead log, maybe. I feel like event sourcing isn't quite the right answer. But I can't tell you why. I feel like there's something missing there. But yeah. No, that's fine. That's fine. You're just gonna break it down until you're angry with it, and it's just little pieces laying on the floor, right? This is a really good skill to have, right? You can take the most incomprehensible nonsense of a design doc or a requirement doc, and you can make it make sense through this method. Right, and the only way you're gonna ensure that, Christopher, is by building it and seeing, okay? There is no other way, okay? You have to build it and you have to test it, right? I strongly disagree with this, and that's not just because I like being a contrarian with you today, Apollo, right? There is no reason why you can't just start writing the project. The software we use today very likely started as hobby projects, okay? I mean, Vim was just Bram's text editor that he needed at some point, right? Twitch was just some nerd with a video camera at some point named Justin, wasn't he? No, I think it's there's a little bit of a distinction here, right? There's a little bit of a distinction here. So make your project and refactor it, okay? All right? If you're making a hobby project and then throwing that away and then making another project, that isn't that big of a distinction. But mentally, that is quite a big distinction, right? Because that's saying you have to finish a project that is never gonna become anything. You have to finish it before you do the thing you want to do, right? I'll do it live. The thought process of creating a program. Yeah, it's so ephemeral. Maybe I keep saying ephemeral. Fuck you, Docker. Okay, it's not the word I'm looking for. So I mean, there's definitely some food for thought in there, Christopher. But it's really hard. There's the content creator in me that would love to do these things, and then there's the morally not as bankrupt person that is also me, that kind of feel like we can't teach this. We can't teach experience, even though we constantly try. But we can talk about the process. But I do think that becomes an educational video, and that's super boring, right? We don't need more education. We need more nonsense that people think of and don't extrapolate any facts from, because they're all going to be wrong anyway. And I can't find a way to connect both. I don't know. It's a good question, Rebel. More doing, less passive listening. No. Inactivities, oh shit. I forgot what I was doing. Anyway, what we do here is having some code that doesn't behave that I think it should behave. And I don't know why it doesn't behave the way I think it should behave. We should certainly be able to put positions inside here. Why is that not possible? I feel like we've done this so many times before. Why does this not work all of a sudden? Why is it drawing the positions in the wrong place? Do these appear? Yes, they do. But the bottom part of this does not work. All right, let's get rid of the red part here, because that's just angry and evil. Right, legible. It's all good, Christopher. It's all good. But just keep that in mind. Every time you get stuck, oh my god, I'm such a prime example of do as I say, not as I do. I don't take my own advice. And I realize that I inadvertently have answered so many of my own questions today. Okay. So when we want to position something at the bottom, do we not have the size already of the thing that we're positioning? If we do position, no, if we do placement is the word. How are you supposed to type placement? I mean, it's not awful to type like that, but it certainly doesn't feel natural after years of nonsense. Is there a typo in here somewhere? Okay, then this thing is just broken then. Is it common to have the default data for the database as a separate resource file or integrated into executable? Again, let's forget about what is common. Okay? So this is our desire to get the instant answer is what's getting in our way, right? Instead, how can you answer that question, right? You can start by breaking it down. What are the pros and cons of storing the data in the executable versus as and data.json outside of it, right? Well, that's cool, Danaka. Vanilla near the moon? Wait, what? What are you guys talking about? Okay. A user may delete the resource file. True. The same argument can be made for the application itself. The user might accidentally delete the application. I think Dottie wrote the LSP. So then you have to ask yourself, is this a real concern? All right? Or is this just a reason that you made up for not storing it as a separate file? Why is this absolute positioning not working? Oh. This is a flaw. Come on, brain. Okay. So if it's absolute position, we should be working within the viewport. Do we even have access to the viewport? We do not. So that's the thing. How big is the size? Okay. It's the things that you're asking questions around, Christopher, comes from experience. And there is no shortcut to experience, but there are ways to speed up some of the process. And in this case, we have explored some of the tools for doing so, which is to break things down into questions, right? To keep a dialogue with yourself or a business partner. But because everything around this is going to be based on what has happened in the past when people have done things, right? So to use an example, the last thing I wanted to implement for anathema, the thing that I thought would have little to no value whatsoever, that I gave no attention to at all, was mouse support, because I don't use the mouse a lot. And it turned out to be what people really wanted, right? People wanted to do things with drag and drop. People want to use the mouse. And I found out there's a surprising amount of people who uses the mouse in the terminal, right? Right? So yeah, I think it's really down to experience. I think if you turn it around and you say, how many of your users in the past how many of your users in the past have deleted a file by accident? And I know the answer to this ish from our previous conversation, right? 1 second, Rebel, I can read your question. Don't worry about it. Here we go. So how many of your users in the past have accidentally removed a file, Christopher? And I'm guessing the answer is I don't know. I haven't built a lot of commercial software. Okay. The next best thing you can go by is either do a survey or a little bit less time consuming. What do you think? How many times have you deleted a file by accident that has been relevant to any software, right? Maybe not as frequent as not, right? Of course, one person is not worth anything in terms of gathering data, right? If you did a survey and you asked, a large portion of your demographic if they accidentally deleted files, right? Maybe they say yes, and you've never done it. But then you have to be flexible. And this comes back to the very first thing I said. If you want to be successful in your endeavor of building software, you have to be prepared to go back very far and rewrite a lot. If any of you who are watching this have ever written any software that you have finished that is more than a handful of files, how many times and how many memorable moments do you have where you have gone back and rewritten a large portion of your system? Maybe you rewrote an entire input handling or render loop or some large data structures or some file formats or some whatever workflows there are, right? There are probably no software out there where a large portion has not been rewritten, right? Go back far and rewrite. This is describing half of my career. And hopefully your career is littered with decent software and not throwaway software. Okay, I think we've covered the rambly part. Should we see if we can figure this out? So if we throw the viewport on the position context, that means that we're gonna have to keep cloning this thing, and this thing is already 40 bytes. If we take this out, it's gonna be significantly smaller, right? Almost half the size. So it would be preferable if we didn't have to have the viewport. So we can go from 40 bytes to a little bit less than 40 bytes, right? We're down to 32 bytes versus 24, right? That's 8 bytes for that reference. But then we add a lifetime. Which means everywhere the position context is used. Thank you. Everywhere the position context is used, we have to go and update that, right? Which we just talked about. Goes back, refactoring, right? I have a question. Let's say you have a set of skills and respective salary you can expect from work with the skills that you got. Now say you want to upskill in order to earn better. You might decide to learn and get a certificate in some particular skill, but it's also possible to get somewhat intuitive feeling how much should be worth salary increase. Wait, is it possible to get somewhat intuitive feeling how much would your worth increase? Or is it a wild assumption about each person? It's just a thing in the air. Right. So to that question, that question depends on country, culture, the system where you work, right? So take a country like the UK, right? Take a place like the UK, which is listed with tiny little countries, right? Is Wales a country? Of course it is. So if you're working in the UK and you take an initiative to go and skill up something, you go and get a certificate, you become a member of some organization or whatever you do, right? There is no obligation for your employer to give you more money, right? Maybe they pay for your course, but that's what you get. Or maybe they don't even do that. Maybe they're like, well, you didn't need to skill up, right? It's great, but they need it. Now, obviously, they would be silly, but they have no obligation to do so, right? If you take a country like, and now I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I might be very wrong. I'm in Wales. That explains why you're so polite. Do you know Rob Brydon? No, sorry. Sorry. Okay. I actually like Wales. I've been to Wales a few times. I've been to a party in Cardiff that was very memorable. Anyway, I stayed at the university in Cardiff. Anyway, so So if anyone is from Sweden or Norway or Finland or Denmark or anywhere around there, you can correct me or tell me if I'm wrong here, because I don't know if this is entirely correct. If you live in one of these countries and you skill up, you will automatically get a pay raise if you work in the public sector, I think. Whew. That was did that work? So it's down to your employer, Rebel, whether it is worth it or not. And then let's add this on top of that as well, right? You might be required to have the certificate, right? You might be required for your job to go and get the certificate. So it has nothing to do with your salary. It has to do with you staying relevant for your work, right? So maybe you have to go and get certificates every year for something or whatever, and that has nothing to do with your salary. It's just, this is part of your job description. If you don't do it, you're not going to have a job, right? So, and then of course there is on top of this, no. The long and short of it is, no, there's no straight up answer to that question without knowing the country, the culture, and what it's like there. And whether even if you know that, there might not be a guarantee, right? Is it fine if we use the anathema guide repository for the playground? I don't understand the question. Like, do you want to pull in stuff from the guide repository? If this thing doesn't have a license file, then we need to fix that. It does not have a license file. Well, then I think maybe we should go and add a license file to this thing. Do you guys know what the best way to write a license is? That way, okay. Snap. Oh, right, I forgot to pull. What kind of APIs and service do you want to build? A web service or game networking or... I'm alright, how you doing? I'm working on a TUI library, which is a text user interface for building terminal applications. The template elements, I would use them for the search function. Yeah, oh, please feel free, Skylar. Okay, so that's that. So we should have a license file here now. There you go. Okay, so we need to have something here, but I wonder if we actually need the position context to look like this. Yes, we do. We need the viewport to be available, but that makes me wonder if maybe the size object could be shrunk, okay? So what if we took the size object and got rid of the U size here and shrunk it down to U32 instead? Now we broke an awful lot by doing this. So we're gonna go and unbreak my heart. Okay. lot of changes here. So we're doing this so we can preserve the size. All right, we can shrink this size too then. Since we're talking about this in terms of cells, we're really okay doing this, right? It's not going to be an issue using a U32 instead of usize. These are cells on screen, right? Ooh, Nelly. So much is gonna get broken now. But this is one of the things. So as I was talking about the need to constantly improve and update your code base and refactor your code base, right? That is a need. Despite what other people might say, you're not going to be a programmer and not refactor your code, right? Which is, you're not going to keep changing and improving your code, okay? That's just how it goes, right? Rust actually makes this incredibly simple, right? It makes this really, really nice. Well, wherever we can reduce the size. But there is a lot of casting when we do this, which is going to be very annoying here. Yeah, we have no control over this thing. So it's going to be diff as U32 here. U16. Also U16. Yeah, I've been running my own business for decades now. I started my first business. I started my first business in 2008, I think. So not decades, 1.5 decade, maybe closer to. No. Yes. Oh my God. Okay. I've been doing everything from product development to, what size is that? U32. What is this thing here? U16. Product development to consulting. And here we have to cast this U size. So much bloody casting now. Okay. Why don't we cast some more values? Okay. Alright. Now for extra casting. Oh, yes, of course, there's a big chance. So, of course, it has to be different. U23. At what point do you felt you could pull it off? Not right after uni, I suppose. No. So to do certain things in life, we need strong motivators, right? My motivator came from the most incompetent person I have ever had the displeasure of working with. He was so morally corrupt and idiotic that I can only describe his behaviors as being part of a scam. If his conduct would have happened in this decade, he certainly would have made the news. He was literally the most incompetent person I have ever had the displeasure of dealing with. And at one point, I just said, if this idiot can be the CEO, then so can I. And then I became the idiot instead. Wait, how is the width gonna become an index? Well, then we might as well change you to a U32 then. Well, that would be a U size. I think if you're dealing with incompetence on a daily basis, it kind of wears you down. It's not just incompetence, it's corruption as well. We're just going to cast this as a U size. I don't want to be stuck in here forever. $53 errors, right? There is, if you have leverage on yourself, then you can, right? You can break out of your patterns and you can change, right? But frustration alone is not sufficient to survive. So you might think that you have an idea for a good business venture or whatever, but if you have no experience in the world of running your own business, then you have to learn on the job and you have to have a safety net, right? I don't know what country you people live in or what it's like where you live, but if you don't have money and you can't pay rent in the UK, then you are very welcome to live on the street, right? There is no, I mean, yeah, you can go on the dole, right? You can go and get some benefits, right? But that's going to be far from whatever lifestyle you are accustomed to as a programmer, right? But if you get what you need to have a safety net and everything, then you'll be fine. You can run your own business. You can build a product. Then you have to do things like market research and networking. And these are things that people who dream about getting away from their job, they say, oh, I don't want to deal with a stupid boss. But if you build a product and you have 6,000 users, you now have 6,000 stupid bosses, okay? Your users aren't going to be like, oh, you're having a bad day today. They're going to be like, guy, we're paying you money. Fix it now. They don't care. If you do consulting, well, then you're paid to put up with the stupidity, but the stupidity certainly is there. And because you're a consultant, that somehow seemed to be a free pass at treating you a little bit less than human sometimes as well, right? Yeah, there is no end to it. You cannot escape certain things by going into a worse situation, okay? That is not the solution. Oh, 50 bloody errors, okay? 53 errors. All because I wanted to save 8 bytes on the stack. Well, being the smartest has nothing to do with it, right? You just have to be loud and outgoing. If you want to. So I wish I could tell you that if you're a really good programmer and you're very quiet and keep to yourself, that someone will discover you and make your life wonderful. But the chances of that happening are frightfully slim. Okay? If you are quiet and really good, you're most likely just going to be taken advantage of. Right? It's not great, is it? Probably not Twitch Stadium. Well, I mean, to not do them would be the smartest thing. I mean, we can... It's a premature optimization. It's not, but we can pretend that it is. And we just roll it back instead. How about that? And we leave that for another day. There we go. Good first issue. I really did, Scott. I took a crowbar to it. Yeah, so terrible thing, but we have to deal with it, right? Well, thank you for the follow. And okay, so in that case, what should we do with this thing then? Let's find out how we do. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Position context. So we're going to say that this thing has a viewport now. Which means where we create this thing, we have to add the viewport. This is inside a container. Do we have a viewport here? The name comes... There's nothing exciting about the name, right? No one claimed that it was either, but it was... I just put 2 words together because I needed to quickly create a Twitch username and so I could go and chat to someone. I wasn't even supposed to be a streamer. Oh, wait. We need to pass in the viewport here. I'm being a big dummy. 13 arrows. Yes. I know there's like there are many reasons. Ironically enough, I had a really big bug with this code base because I was toggling bits incorrectly. My bit shifting game was off. We need to pass in a viewport here, which means that the position context, we already has a viewport. I'm just gonna pass this on. Wait. There's no viewport here. Oh yeah, there is. Okay, 7 arrows and counting. This seemed to be easy enough to solve by just adding the viewport. Easy enough. 2 arrows left. This, however, followed by and done. Okay, so now we can fix the position widget. So if we're on absolute, while we're doing the layout here, while we're doing the positioning, if the widget is absolute, we should be operating on the viewport, not the relative position. I think it depends on what time of day you're watching Twitch, though. Okay. Okay. This isn't right. This, okay, so we should have a position that we operate on. Do we have a size as well? Yeah, so we're gonna do this, okay? Let position and size equal match set of placement. Now, if it's a relative position, then the position will be the one based on the context. And the size will be based on we're almost there. This removes the need for this code up here. Do you watch museum streams, Bean Juice? Museum? I take that as a no then. His VS Code looks almost like Vim. How was this ever done? I thought would... Yeah, this isn't right. Oh. Okay. Let's just stand up for a bit. And skip the head ponies. All right. So for each child, we look at the left value and then we add that to the context position. Oh, but that means that we're laying them out. Oh shit, am I looking at the right widget? Yes, I am. This cannot be right. Oh, it isn't. Holy cannoli. I see what the problem is. You can't do this. This should not work. Oh shit, it should work. There just shouldn't be more than one. That's what the issue is. Oh, I make them myself, Apollo. I have a web store of all the t-shirt prints that I haven't opened yet. The store, not the prints. Or it's a work in progress for all these t-shirts and all the other ones. Well, it's not an ad because I haven't finished it, right? It's a work in progress. But it's because I want them, and the ones that I have are breaking, so I want to get new ones. So I looked into a few different ones that did t-shirts and stuff, and see which ones seem to have the best, like ethically sourced material and the best quality. So I'm gonna, when I finish it, I'm gonna buy the shirts myself, and then if anyone wants them too, then by all means, right? Well, I mean, I feel like if you have to explain every joke, then it's kind of a bit ruined, though, binges. No, I am not trolling you, Apollo. I'm serious. It's a lot of work to make these things, right? So I make them with a vinyl cutter, some of these, and there's a lot of work to do, right? So when they break, then it's a lot of work to make new ones. Since I want them for myself, I'm just gonna make a web store with them and put them on there, and then I can just buy them for myself. And if anyone else wants to buy them, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely gonna be a print on demand kind of thing, right? I just had to find one that I didn't think was incredibly gross when it came to their business practices and stuff, right? Okay, so I wonder if we should have... Let's see what it says about the position widget here. Is it accept as most one child? Is that even true? It does accept at most one child. Okay, that's good then. The one I found, I can have a look, Londo. I like the one I like the one you had the other day with unsupervised on. I thought that was pretty good. If they don't use glide and blanks, could you tell me what glide and blanks are? Because I don't know what that is. Is the reason internal components use brackets for attributes, but template-driven use... No, these aren't attributes. They are external states. You're passing in a hash map, or you're passing in a map. So they look like attributes, but they're not attributes. You can have attributes on components as well, although we don't do anything with them, right? I am currently unsupervised. That's the one, right? I thought that was very funny. My neck. I don't. This one has lasted the longest, so I don't know which one it is, but I can find out. Oh, it's the. Oh no, I thought you'd seen what was on it, Bean Juice. I was showing what was on it. Okay, all right. My apologies then. It should be a reasonably familiar thing, all right? In case there was any confusion, right, as to what this shirt is. Yes, it's a GitHub reference. I was left unsupervised. That's very good too. My hoodie looks like this. It might be time to get a new one soon. This is not just a result from wear. This is a result from living with bunnies. Bookmark your own GitHub repo? Nah, I don't want to. Okay. Oh, I worn headphones for over 6 hours today now. I guess a little bit tired on the old ear department. Okay, so I guess this is now correct, but we're gonna move this in here. So the left one should not be context position. It should be just position. And then that should be child size. And then here we should have viewport.size. Oh, it's context, the viewport.size. Yeah, absolutely. That was kind of the plan today, Bean Juice, but then I ran into this bug, so I didn't. Oh, nonsense. Are we not using the size in any other way? What? That can't be right. Then surely there must be height then. Oh, I see what the problem is then. Maybe this was the problem all along. What? Why is that? Okay. Alright, whatever. Oh, crap. Now it's not showing up at all. Okay, now it's there. Okay, it is showing up in the right place. Oh, we're almost there. Subtract with overflow. So all this was because of a really dumbass bug here. Is there no test for the position widget? There isn't any. Okay, we have to write tests for this thing, right? Can we move these around then? Yes, we can. There wasn't really a problem. The problem was my dumbassery. I had put it in the wrong place. Oh my grief. Okay, so now we can find the border character. Oh wait, we can just copy this, right? We're just gonna copy these characters. Okay, we should have a border. There we go, right? FPS for Ask a Cinema is a hard problem? Really? Maybe we have to invent our own Ask a Cinema by compiling anathema to WASM and make a WASM backend for this thing, right? All right. Okay, so what's the point of all of this stuff, right? So we can do something like this, yeah? What should we do? No, we'll do... like that. Okay. Not as pretty as it could have been. We need more. We need better. Let me just check my phone here briefly. Yeah. 50 words per minute. Nice one. Nice. Okay, I think we can do better with the colors. We can ditch some... Maybe ditch the C's. All right. Maybe we shouldn't go this dark, right? Okay, then maybe we do this. I feel like this one is maybe 2. There we go. That's kind of fun looking. And then we have the black thing there. We should get rid of that. A TUI monkey type? Oh man, we did that years ago. You can find this on the AUR even. This was in 2021. No, well, kind of. Not anathema as we know it today, because that didn't exist. But it was using something similar, right? Something that was another attempt at anathema. I can't believe we've come this far. All right, hang on. Yeah, we should definitely do something, but we can do something different, I think, maybe. Remaking this in Python. If you want to do 2 things in Python, use textualize, right? Okay, so I think this looks kind of good. But now we need to add some more flair to it. And how should we do that? Maybe we should invert this. Oh, inverted was not a good look. It's not a good look on you. I don't know, cat peasant. Spicy food. Spicy food makes the world go round. Okay, but we're getting somewhere. Okay, so we made our first one, although this is arguably hard-coded, so it's not super cool. What should we do about the... What should we do on top of this thing then, right? We need some padding. Should we have some padding in there? Or do you mean maybe we should have some padding here instead? Then we should have some padding here. That's how it goes. Like that. Hello, day 3, how you going? If we fix the size of this thing, what's the size of it? We could cheat. I don't want to cheat. I don't want to fix the size. I had one round of food. I had like chili and rice. But I can feel it. I can feel it mostly in my neck. Some things you don't need to do. What should we skip then? Okay. Oh, you know what we could do? We could add. We can fix this size of this thing and then just overflow it. Oh, certainly. And I could feel it so much when it happened as well. I was like 3 hours in. I hadn't had anything but a banana for breakfast. And I was very derpy at that point. Okay, we need to get something going here, right? We need some kind of interesting looking, whatchamacallit, right? What if we position this next to a clone of itself, right? What does that look like before we do anything? Okay, well, I bungled that somehow. Why did that get all floopy? That's the technical term. Let's do some changes to add some components here. Or placeholder. Actually, we don't need that. We can just do this. Good enough. Get ourselves a little bit of hello going. Yeah, so why is that breaking? Hello, Antiprost. Oh, really? Are we? Is there an issue with the right one as well? There might be another bug in here. Oh, that's kind of, you know, fantastic, but not really. Oh, yes. Okay, that's kind of fun. It's in here somewhere. So we should be able to reproduce that bug in the hello example itself by just doing a little bit of padding here. Break. Yes. I mean, I shouldn't be excited when things break, but you know. It's broken! Yay! My favorite! Alright. We still have to do this thing, but yeah. Okay, so let's look at the offset size. Width minus width minus right. And the right one is set to 0. I think we also need to take the context position.x into consideration here. That was a ridiculously simple fix. but the bug persists or exists rather somewhere else. That means that all of these should technically become U-size I32s. So, because we have that. Can two instances of anathema communicate, interact with each other? Yeah, sure, why not? So that means the same thing has to be applied here. So that's going to be y height now we should be able to chuck a few of these in here, and they are looking correct. Yes. All right. Bonjour. How's it going, Bastian? What are you up to? Anything exciting? Anything revolutionary? Okay. Oh, we gotta do something here. Do you want me to teach you some French, Crispy? Bonjour. No. No. That's a stereotype. You're the worst. Sorry. Gem appel. Oh man, there's something I said the other day that I think it was bien tot. I said, and the wife she just lost it on me. She goes, that's not even close. A bien tot. She was not amused. You're gonna do a template editor in WASM? No, I was saying we can do a backend in WASM. So we can just run anathema in WASM. So we don't need ASCII Cinema. We can just run the program. It will be really bad. Okay, so yeah, I guess you could, right? I guess you could have a live runtime, but it would have to be something that runs the WASM blob, right? Oh, yeah, what a project that would be, right? The whole application is hard to level. Nah. I probably wouldn't do that. D3, I would probably just output like fixed size the divs or some bullshit like that. I don't know, right? You can live edit templates. Oh yeah, you mean like that? Yes, like that. Yes. No, if I stop moving my legs, my back will stiffen up and start hurting. So I'm constantly moving my legs. Christoph, how you doing, buddy? How you doing, mate? How's tricks? Oh, we totally could do that, Rebel. I'm just thinking like, what else can we do here that would be a little bit more interesting, right? Let's do. Maybe we do something like a cursor. Should we have that in uppercase, maybe? Do we need anything for this thing? We can have a state for it. Let's keep the debug, right? I do not. I have like a thick rubber mat, but if you're using a standing desk, you should have like good shoes and a good mat, or you shouldn't stand for too long, right? I did think about that, D3, but then background colors and stuff isn't gonna work, so it's a difficult one. So what should we have here? We should have like a... no, that would be value. You have an interesting bug. Excellent. Bring it on, son. Bring on the bugs. So there's not enough pain in my life. Oh, right. I never implemented a component for this thing, right? There we go. All right, we are making some strides. How you doing, Christoph? Was it just a dump a sub and then throw me by the roadside like yesterday's trash? Okay, we need to chuck a cursor in here. Hello? Alright. It seems like all good things must come to an end. This stream might not have been one of them, but it means I have to go and do some other things now. I might be back. I might be not back. I don't know. Alright. We're gonna pass the raid over to someone else. You guys love C++, so we're gonna raid cakes. There we go, right? Okay. Really? Oh my. Okay, I might be back in a couple of hours. We'll see. I'll think about the video ideas from you guys. It's been interesting, and enjoy cakes. Bye for now.